going on?
There was a small pause, but don't worry about that because we'll edit it out before it reaches air. If I hear one more word about Andy Bloomin' Murray, my head's going to explode. For crying out loud, he's 31 years old. It's not like he's 18. Ivan Lendl retired at 34. John McEnroe retired at 33. Bjorn Borg retired at 26. Andy Murray's 31. That's about when you retire when you're a sports person. But good grief, the TV news today, I just couldn't believe it. I tuned on the hour, expecting Brexit. Mrs. M banging on about the negotiations. And it was him for 10 minutes. And I thought, oh, to hell with this, I'll see what's on the other channel, on the other British TV news channel. And it was him again. I am stunned.
Yeah, I'm really, really upset. I know it looks like this when I'm really, really pleased, but I'm really upset. This is what I look like when I'm really upset.
You know how much Andy Murray is worth? This person that we're all shedding a tear over? £83 million. £83 million. And we're all reaching for the Kleenex. Other tissues are available. And man-sized versions, of course. And we're the entire nation's in floods. I don't know what's become of this once great country. I just don't.
I really like to thank all my fans who made it exciting for me to play, and it's just been tremendous playing, and I really like doing it, and I don't want to stop doing it because I think of it as thrilling. This is me thrilled.
It's tennis. Who cares?
Boring.
Tennis hasn't been interesting since John McEnroe and Jimmy Connor stopped beating bells out of each other. Does anybody actually watch tennis anymore?
No.
Of course not. So, having dealt with that issue, John Bercow, and there should be some sort of music that is associated with his name. Yeah, something like that. Finally, we found somebody who is acting like a grown-up. And they talk about being shot down for your efforts. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I mean, when you think that we are at peak weird, John Bercow was accused of anti-Brexit bias after helping secure a major government defeat in the Commons. Too right they should have been defeated. He's trying to thwart Brexit, they said.
Oh, no.
The Speaker tore up parliamentary procedures and overruled his own officials to permit a vote designed to tie Downing Street's hands. Yeah, to tie their hands into trying to run the country, as opposed to planning their next bloomin' holiday. They just took 3 weeks off over Christmas. At the very precipice of catastrophe, they decided that this is going very well. we can swan off to the Bahamas for 3 weeks. A cabinet minister accused him of degrading his office. No, he didn't. He was the only person in that place that was actually acting like a grown-up. The government lost the vote, which they should have done, which means that Theresa May will have to present a Plan B to MPs within 3 days if they reject her agreement with Brussels next week. Have you ever heard such a lot of hogwash in your life? Degrading his office. I thought we'd reached peak stupid in this country over Brexit, but it seems that we had much more stupid to go. So let's recap. The government have a plan to get us out of a club that we were doing very well in, and they want to set us adrift on a sea of uncertainty where we will most likely be hawking ourselves out as a cheap, low-tax prostitute for anyone to come and take advantage of. That's our future. So far, so ludicrous. But the plan is not well liked. Mrs. M's driven-down-the-middle plan will please neither the far-right fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras, but then nothing seems to please them. They seem to be permanently on the edge of absolute fury. It's raining out. And it's not going to please those on the Ramonas either. You can't please anybody these days. So she's decided to please no one and go straight down the middle. It's the only route to take. Either extreme has its problems. I mean, staying in doesn't really have any problems at all, other than it upset a lot of people who may have a heart attack if they get any more upset than they are already. And if we crash out with no deal, absolutely everybody that seems to have any knowledge of the issue seems to be of the opinion that it would be absolutely catastrophic. Other than the people who are betting against the pound and those who just those who just want us to leave and it'll all be great, and by wanting it think that it will happen. What's amazing is that the government seems to know that their plan won't get through. Their little scheme isn't going to get voted on next week, despite me on this programme saying over and over again that I predicted that it would. I still fancy that she is going to get it through. You go for it, Mrs. M. But I suspect that, having looked at the numbers, is going to get voted down. And so what would any decent government running an entire country do in said circumstance? You'd come up with a plan B, right? I mean, that would be the least that you could do. You'd think you'd be coming up with a plan B, C, E, D, and F. And did they have a plan?
No.
No. 2.5 years in, and they had no plan B. Despite knowing that or being almost completely certain that their plan A wouldn't get through. Are we stunned yet? And our elected representatives, some of the highest paid people in the land, are insisting that the government doesn't plan for that eventuality of Theresa May's deal not getting through. They don't want to plan for that eventuality. They want us to just, I don't know, float about like a rudderless ship. Those people should be tried for treason. What kind of a way is this to run a country? You wouldn't run a golf club like this. There's got to be another plan than the one you're proposing, assuming it doesn't get passed. If you're running around telling everybody that it won't get passed, have another plan. John Bercow is the only person in there, Dominic Grieve not withstanding, who's actually standing up for our interests. And the pile of ordure that was poured all over him. Oh, well, not that kind of... Wrong button. Not that kind of ordure. I was thinking more a substantive amount of ordure. You know, buckets of the stuff. How can anybody in their right mind say that we don't want another plan, assuming that plan A is doomed to failure? Chumps we got running this country, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. And that's what the amendment asked for. It seems perfectly reasonable, doesn't it? And that's what the Speaker allowed, because it's obviously his patriotic duty to allow it. You can't have a country bobbing about on the sea with a broken engine. We've got to have some direction. And that is what the massed ranks of ruddy-faced fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras are harumphing about, that we have a direction. And they dress it up as a concern for upending parliamentary procedure and going against historical precedent. I mean, that is just laugh out loud funny. That's what they're concerned about. If we didn't change from historical precedent, we'd still be finding out if someone's a witch by tying them to a stool and seeing if they can breathe underwater. They'd still be bouncing up and down at Prime Minister's questions, asking the Prime Minister what she's up to that day. And she'd have to say, I referred the Honourable Member to the answer I gave some moments ago, about 20 times. If we stuck by historical precedent, then parliamentary sessions would be opened by a man in a frilly ruff and stockings with buckles on his shoes, banging on the door with a big stick. Oh, that's right, we do still do that. And it isn't ridiculous at all.
Yeah.
How can a government not have a plan ready to replace the one that they admit they probably won't get through Parliament? It's not a game. Well, actually, I think for a lot of them, it actually is a game. They're having a little bit too much fun, including that monocle on a stick. He looks like he's having entirely too much fun. Boy, does he like the spotlight. Excruciating. Mrs. M should pick him up by the feet, stick his head through an olive, and use him as a swizzle stick. Don't you find it curious that the people that are pushing for Brexit the hardest are millionaires, and the ones that aren't millionaires are billionaires? I mean, does that not bring up a question in your mind? The ones that are pushing hardest for Brexit are quite likely to have taken complicated financial bets against the economy. I mean, they're out there. If we get poorer, the hedge funders and the money men, many of whom are behind Brexit, will get richer. If the pound goes down, their fortune goes up. It's a game, all right, but a high-stakes one, in which if we lose, they win. So the Speaker did what was right for a person in his position. If he'd done anything else, it would have been treasonous. He forced the government to act in our best interests. That he had to do it at all is absolutely stunning, isn't it? He allowed an amendment by the former Attorney General Dominic Grieve, which will force Mrs. M to come back to Parliament by January the 21st with a Plan B if she loses next week. And then we'll only have, like a month? Because they're going to go on holiday in February, you know that, don't you?
Oh, no.
Oh, they talked about not doing it, but I bet they do. I betcha. I mean, it's absolutely amazing that after 2.5 years, the government, who is charged with running this country at vast expense, paid for by us poor dopes who pay taxes, doesn't have a Plan B. They've barely got a Plan A. Maybe, in their efficiency, they skipped Plan B and went straight to Plan C. That sounds likely, doesn't it?
No.
So Dominic Grieve said his amendment was an attempt to accelerate the process if the vote was lost so as to avoid the prospects of a no-deal Brexit. Accelerate the process. Nothing is as slow as that. Treacle moves faster than this. A no-deal Brexit. See, that's what the harumphers were chafing against. Their prize has been just rudely taken away or delayed. They want a no-deal Brexit. They want to crash out. People who do financial finagling for a living can get very, very rich in times of uncertainty, especially if they know it's coming. I mean, it's just, I'm stunned. Aren't you? Am I the only person that's stunned around here? John Bercow said that there was no precedent for his decision. Well, that's true is astonishing. But he told MPs that centuries of convention did not completely bind him. Well, thank goodness for that. Otherwise, we're right up a creek without a paddle. He said if we were guided only by precedent, manifestly nothing in our procedures would ever change. Things do change. I've made an honest judgment, he said. And the and the ultras screamed and screamed and screamed. And he denied being biased over Brexit. He said, I've always been... He did one of those things that David Cameron does. It's like parliamentary language. I've always been scrupulously fair to Brexiteers and Remainers alike, as I have always been to people of different opinions on a miscellany of other issues. This has been the case, it is the case, and will continue to be the case. That's the rule of threes. But that won't wash with the fundamentalists, because if you don't agree with them all the time, then you are biased. And that type of person has got the nerve to call the young the snowflake generation. If you can't abide to hear anything you disagree with without flying into a foaming fury, then I think that is the very definition of snowflake.
Everything is going extremely well.
Yes, this is what it looks like when things are going extremely well in this country. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Newcastle. Hello, David.
Hello, mate. Hello. Hey, I think it's the first time caller.
Please speak directly into the phone.
Yes, I'm speaking. There you are. Can you hear us?
Are you on speakerphone?
No.
Okay, then.
Can you hear us?
Go. Well, we'll muddle through.
Nick, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, David.
Right. How long do you think Trump's wall is?
What?
How long do you think Trump's wall is? How long do you think it is? The length of it?
I think it's really small and shaped like a mushroom.
No, it's not. Now, come on, now, be serious. Because Andrew Pierce, he reckons it's like 2,000 miles long or something. So I'm just curious, how long do you think it is?
You're not asking me how long the wall is. You're asking me how long the border between America and Mexico is.
No, the wall that Trump wants building.
Well, that would be along the border of America and Mexico, the U.S. and Mexico.
Yeah, but how long do you believe that? How long is it?
Why are you asking me this?
I'm just curious.
Okay, well, I'll call you Mr. Fide, shall I? Does that have anything to do with what I'm talking about?
No.
Simon says of Andy Murray, my only fear is when he retires, he'll be given a commentary slot.
Oh yeah, well that was a really great point there, and this is just the most exciting match. I can barely stay awake. It's just so exciting.
Paul says Andy Murray is going to narrate War and Peace for Insomniacs. Carol says, how many more knighthoods can the PM promise to get her deal over the line? Can she find enough money down the back of the sofa for another DUP bribe? Yeah, because the last one worked out so well. Oh. Get it in writing next time, Mrs. M. Let's have, maybe this one will make sense. Lewisham. Hello, Jane.
Hi, Nick.
2,000 miles, by the way, is the answer to your question. Yes.
Nick.
Oh, God, it's not you, is it? It's not you, is it? It's not you. 1,000 million pounds. It's not you, is it?
It is.
Oh, God. I can't take it. Not two in a row on the Nicky Abbott show. 0345 6060 97. I'm sorry, Jane, but I've heard your call over and over and over again, and it makes not one jot of sense. As much sense as some bloke asking me how long a non-existent wall is. I hate to be the bad guy here, but sometimes you got to put your foot down. This text says the big freeze is sweeping Europe. 17 people killed already is coming to Britain. Replenish your cupboards. It's not going to be an easy winter. Yeah, winter is coming. Hey, when's the next... it's been a blooming long time since Game of Thrones was on. I've forgotten who everybody is and what they're doing. Actually, about halfway through, I can remember coming on the air and saying out loud, I've got no idea who any of these people are anymore. There's just so many of them. Game of Thrones. I had no idea who was having intimate relations with each other.
Disgusting.
Who was related to each other, why they were there and where they were going. Still, can't wait for it to come back. Mike says, Cameron got a president to say we're last in the queue. That failed miserably. Now May has got an endorsement from Japan's leader. She has learnt nothing. She's doomed. Well, how do you know we're not last in the queue? It hasn't happened yet. I very much I'd be very surprised if we got any kind of a trade deal from the screaming Mimi in the White House. I mean, his credo is America first, which is a lie, actually. I mean, it's one of the every time he opens his mouth, he utters an untruth. I'm not saying that he's lying.
Liar!
He ain't going to give us a trade deal. Not one that is going to benefit us. He'll benefit himself. You think Mrs. M going over there and holding his weirdly small hand to help him down that tiny ramp is going to change anything? Chris says, if politicians carry on like this and betray the will of 17.4 million voters, then trust in democracy and democracy itself will truly be dead. Oh, do us a favour. The will of 17.4 million voters. So there's 65 million people in this country. 17.4 million voters is not over 50%. It may have been 50% of the people that could be bothered to go out and vote that day, but I don't think it's the will of the people. Certainly not now. And if you're so confident of that, let's have another go around. Let's see what the people think now, after this catastrophe has befallen us over the last 2.5 years. The evidence that the people who are running this country, it's almost like a lid has been peeled back. What are these people actually like? Are they good at anything?
No.
Because they surround themselves with all this folderol and all these procedures and, the very grand place that they do their debating, he said, wiggling his fingers in the air to denote inverted commas. But actually, if you go there, and I've only been there once, so I can't speak from vast experience, but it looked like a drunk knocking shop to me. They were all absolutely reeling about, pie-eyed, like first-year students at a university. They didn't appear to be professionals. I mean, what kind of a professional place has got booze at work? For a start. And this, whining about having a plan B. Am I losing my mind? Is this real life, or am I hallucinating? And those people are positioning themselves to be our next leader. Good grief. I choose none of the above. It is like this process has been like peeling the lid off Parliament, off the reputations of our elected representatives. What a shower! It's just by sheer dumb luck we've survived this long. I mean, do they seem to be capable people? Do they seem to actually have any clue as to what it is they're supposed to be doing? But if you disagree with any of them, oh my God, that's just the worst thing you could possibly do. You disagree with somebody who's got no idea what they're talking about, and as long as they're part of your gang, then anybody that says a word against them should be hanged. That's where we are now. The whole world's gone insane. Actually, just the English-speaking parts of it. I don't know what they've got going on in Australia, but let's assume that it's just as berserk as what we've got going on here. And there's, there's New Zealand, but nobody pays any attention to them because all they got down there is scenery. And then there's the Canadians with their whole thing. But the English-speaking parts of the world seem to be, I don't know. It's like we've become dazed. We've become, you could say, we've become a little bit lightheaded.
I feel lightheaded. That's what I feel.
The whole world's gone crazy.
Mustafa says, I am livid as to how this scandal can take place in this country in 2019. Liars lied and got away. The man, DC, who made the promise, David Cameron. We're still not missing you, Dave.
I think this is nonsense.
He's been sent to sit in the shed where they keep the tools. Mustafa says, the idiots served A50 without a plan. PM is running like a headless chicken. Without any idea of what she's doing. Poor Mrs. M. He says, nothing is what it should be. I am losing my mind, he says. You're losing your mind. I think that was Can, wasn't it?
Rock and roll!
Recently made into a trippy dance song.
Groovy.
Let's have a call in the Docklands. Hello, Jason.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. Excellent. Nick, we've got a problem with our system. How can we get people involved in politics that actually care about what happens to the people?
We need to hire robots to do it because people are only interested in benefiting themselves.
Yeah, and it's an education problem. It's a system problem. What's going on? What about that guy, Jeremy, what's his name? Foreign Secretary. What's his name? I can't remember.
Hunt?
But, something like that. He, how did he get to that position? What's his, what's his experience? How come he was in charge of the health service for so long?
It's amazing. Well, one day they're in charge of the roads, and then the next day they're in charge of the nurses, and then the day after that they're in charge of defence, and none of them know a single thing about what it is they're supposed to be doing.
I can remember a time when there were people, whether you believed in their politics or not, there were people like Dennis Skinner and Michael Foot who were passionate about what they were doing, about their politics.
Well, there's still people that are passionate about their politics. I mean, you could say Uncle Jezza is passionate about his politics. You could say that Jacob Rees-Mogg is passionate about his politics.
I'm not quite sure. I think they're passionate about their pockets.
Oh well, yeah.
I'm not sure that Jacob Rees-Mogg really cares about anybody other than Jacob Rees-Mogg, does he?
Well, you're just describing people, Jason. Nobody cares about anything but themselves. Even though, I mean, even when they are being charitable, even when they're gifting money or presents to the world's poor, there's an essence of self-serving about it.
There may well be, but you and I both know people who are genuine, people who really care about what happens to other people around them. And those people aren't coming to the surface. How can we bring those people to the surface? How can we make things really happen? When Theresa May says she cares about the interests of the people, no, she doesn't. Well, she's not looking after the interests of the people.
Well, it depends what she means by the people. Does she mean all of the people? Well, probably not.
No, there's something fundamentally wrong with our system. There's a problem with the way we're educating our kids and the way we are bringing them up, what we're giving them as goals, what we're giving them as objectives. We have to start giving people true ideals. It's lost.
Well, I don't know. It sounds.
Sorry, Nick, I'm a little upset.
It sounds dangerously like you're talking about religion here. You're not talking about religion, are you?
No.
Okay, then. Because we've just about got out from under that dark cloud. Let's not go back there again.
Not at all. Not at all. There are real people out there, genuine people who care about what happens. There are issues that we face, and I can hear myself getting serious. But there are issues that we face, like homelessness, that need to be treated, that need to be approached. And I really don't think that Theresa May cares too much. That scares me.
Well, if you want a party that cares more about the welfare of the poor, then you're probably better off voting for a party other than the Conservative Party. I don't want to get too partisan about it, but it seems to me that the further right you are, the more you care about your own personal benefits. And the more left you are, the more likely you care about other people other than yourself. Now, that's not true of everybody, of course, but I think it's a fairly good rule of thumb, isn't it?
Well, I think so, but the problem is that the people that seem to genuinely care, or that seem to care about issues like ecology and genuine social issues, don't really stand a chance of getting elected within our system, or don't really have a proper voice.
Well, no. To get elected in our system, you have to be able to work a crowd. You have to be able to memorise facts and numbers and perform on stage. And it's a talent show for people that haven't got enough talent to be in show business.
Yeah, that's sad. That's sad. Very sad.
Which is one good reason why we should actually keep the House of Lords. No, I mean it. Because people are always saying, back to that issue of, one day they're running the roads and the next day they're running the health service. What do they know about it? Well, nothing at all. But there's people in the House of Lords that actually have experience of doing both of those things. That's one of the reasons why they may have been elevated to the upper house. Because they had excellence in construction, or, they worked their socks off being a nurse or a doctor or whatever. There's people with actual real life experience in the House of Lords to whom we should delegate at least some responsibility for the running of this country, as opposed to the clueless pole climbers in the lower house.
Do you mean like computer experts like Alan Sugar?
Well, I wouldn't make a case for all of them, Jason. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. That last call is fired. Peter says, the caller does not know the name of the Foreign Secretary. How does someone so dozy find the polling station? And he is criticising, dear oh dear. These are just facts, Peter. Nobody's interested in facts. Not anymore. You can make your own facts up. And besides, he's the Foreign Secretary one day, and he'll be the Secretary of the Interior the next day. Or chief in charge of fluffing cushions. It's hard to keep up. Patrick says people are getting very pigged off with... What? Very pigged off, rude, with dysfunctional politics on both sides of the pond. So here's the solution. Oh, well, thank goodness for you, Patrick. A solution. Where have you been? He says, let's leave Europe as planned, become the 51st state of America, and have Captain Boris run the entire circus from a rusty pirate vessel parked in the middle Atlantic. Excellent idea. What do you think, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
0345 6060 973. Here is calling Liverpool. Hello, Ray.
Hello, Nick.
Ray.
Are you alright?
I'm super. Thanks for asking.
Wonderful. I'm a bit out of breath because I'm blowing a dignity up to try to get over state to a political asylum somewhere else out the way this Brexit.
Right, they're coming in, and, and you're going in the opposite direction. Watch out for the gunboat.
Which direction are we going in? I haven't got a clue anymore.
Well, you, me, and everybody else.
This government is just not. Why haven't people? Why don't the people rise up to this and think what's going on?
Oh, we're busy. We're watching people who can't dance and people who can't bake cakes. You know, we've got a full schedule over here, Ray.
And we've got Trump doing what he like. Did you listen to him talking about some wheel or something?
A wheel?
Yeah.
Donald Trump's just invented the wheel?
No, he was talking about the wall, and then he went on about a wheel. Well, the wall works, and we've had a wheel. Did you hear that? I thought, I cannot just get my head around that anymore.
Well, don't even
Did
try.
You hear it?
Don't even try to figure out what it is that man says. Just assume that if he's making a noise, he's lying to you.
If it's a square wheel, yeah, I'll go on his side. But it's just unreal, isn't it? Everything's going a bit silly.
The only thing that we can take that's positive from all this is that this choppy period in our history is one in which we are living through. Nobody's died because of it yet. I mean, we're not at actual war, but we are. We'll be able to, because there's not many momentous times that you actually live through and experience directly. You can read about them in history books, but then you'd have to actually read a history book.
Boring.
But this one, we don't need to read no history book. All you need to do is turn on the TV. It's happening all around you, Ray.
But this history book is going to go back to front. We've got to learn from the back page to the front.
No, the only thing that anybody ever learns from history is that nobody ever learns anything from history. So don't worry about learning anything. Just keep your eyes peeled, because it's all happening in Super Soaraway stereo and surround sound.
Yowza.
HD, baby. Hey, have you seen an 8K television? They are fat. 4K is so over. 8K TV is, it's insanely sharp. I was standing looking at one in a top person's store just the other day. Stupidly pricey, but good grief, they're amazing to look. It looks three-dimensional. It's so real, it actually gave me seasickness. You know that feeling that you get in a car when you are, as a kid, if you were trying to read in a car? Not when you were driving. That's something else entirely. But when you're trying to read in a car, you just get that kind of, that sort of motion sickness. I got that watching that TV. So if you ever get an 8K TV, always have a bucket by the side of you, just in case.
Indicator.
Yes, this is one in Lewisham. Hello, Hannah.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Hannah.
After Burko had spent a long time valiantly defending his decision to let a vote be taken on Dominic Greaves.
Yeah, why on earth should he have to defend something which is obviously correct?
Absolutely. Anyway, some idiotic pipsqueak got up and accused Burko of having a sticker in his car saying Brexit is cojones. which is a different word in English, and I can't say
very bad word that begins with B. Is that what you're saying?
Disgusting. Yeah, absolutely,
Yes.
Absolutely. And Burko replied really quickly. He replied, it was his wife's car, and since she is not his chattel, and do we know how much of a non-chattel she is to Burko? And he added that she can stick any sticker in her car.
Yeah.
And that she's free to make decisions for herself.
Unless it is the opinion of the ruddy-faced Tories on the back benches that the Mem Saab shouldn't have an opinion of her own.
The Mem Saab,
She should busy herself washing the dishes.
That was really, I thought that was really, really funny. But you know, I've watched Parliament Channel at Question Times, and every now and then, occasionally, sort of just flicking through. But right now, it's absolutely riveting, and I could have done with it with the MPs all working over Xmas, because there wasn't much else.
Not on TV, no, there really wasn't, no.
There really wasn't, and literally, I'm being serious, the only two things I watched over Christmas was Mary Poppins, because there's a new version out, and I hate remakes. And I've already talked to you about the remake of Jungle Book, and for once, you know, I did like a remake. But
it couldn't possibly have been better than the original, though, Jungle Book, could it? I mean, I didn't watch it. But
we've been over this
have we?
before.
Right.
Let's not do so again.
Well, I don't listen to this show, Hannah.
No, of course not. And you've got a memory like a sieve as well.
Yeah,
and I don't blame you. It's you know, it's many hours. But yeah, anyway, we've been over that. But the point is serious. They should have been working over Christmas, and we may have had a decision by now.
It's absolutely astonishing that they felt that everything is going so well that they can take 3 weeks off. Who takes 3 weeks off?
And you know, you said that they're taking some more time off.
Oh yeah, of course, because they must be exhausted after an entire month back from their previous holiday. That they take another 2 weeks in. I think it's 2 weeks in February.
Oh, you're joking.
I am not joking.
Well, what kind of government have we got?
Part-time.
They're on holiday most of the time. No wonder they're in such a mess.
If they got paid by the hour, they wouldn't take so many holidays. Believe me. All right, thanks a lot, Hannah. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Stephen says, how do you think the Leavers will really feel if we just stay in the EU and normal business just continues? I think they'd feel just fine, as long as you just told them that we've left. Let's just tell them that we've left, but not actually leave. You ain't going to notice the difference either way. There's still going to be people coming over here. You're still going to be surrounded by foreigners. And you won't actually be surrounded by foreigners, but you will convince yourself that you are because you once heard somebody speaking in a foreign accent on a bus. Okay, there are some areas in which foreigners do predominate, but that's because people stick with their own. People like the company of people to walk, talk and squawk exactly like they do. But for most of the country, people start freaking out when they hear that somebody's opened up an Indian takeaway in the high street. If you just told them that we've left the EU, then they would immediately feel better. Oh, thank goodness, they'd say, that we've been released from the shackles of our evil European overlords. Now we're free to watch TV, go to the pub. What is it that we shall be free of? Just tell them that we've left and they'll immediately feel better and calm down and look for something else to be furious about. Like these blooming kids today with their blooming haircuts and their rock and roll music.
Rock and roll!
Martin says, traders and investors don't care which way Brexit goes. They'll adjust their positions as necessary and make money either way. It's deeper than that. Well, they don't... You can't... It's deeper than that. Well, it's more complicated than that. If you make a bet against the pound, you're going to lose money if the pound goes up and you bet that it's going to go down. You can't just switch. You lose that money. And I bet that there's barely a hedge fund in the land that is not right now betting against the pound. I'd be stunned. Which, in my opinion, is treasonous behaviour. Chelsea, hello, Peter.
Well, hi, Nick. Just a thing that getting on my nerves about people talking about, homeless people and all that, saying Theresa May doesn't care. Well, nobody cares about homeless people, because if they did, they wouldn't be homeless.
Mm-hmm.
And I do mean virtually nobody cares at all. Anyone could fit a homeless person if they really wanted to. Even if they've got a room, they could let them sleep on the carpet. Nobody does this. Nobody does it.
On the carpet? Could they sleep on the linoleum?
Well, whatever. But what I'm saying, it's better than sleeping out in the cold. The point is saying that you care, or maybe even giving them a sandwich. That's not caring.
No.
But now we have a society inundated with this stuff every day about homeless and poor people. Well, if you care about them, take them home. And nearly everyone could do if they really wanted. The reason they don't do it is because they don't care enough about them.
Right.
And that's my point.
Well, I think that's probably correct, but you might be asking a little bit much for people to take a homeless person home. I mean, maybe give them a bit of food and...
No, that's exactly the point I'm making. It's not I can get, and I'm a pensioner, I can buy someone a sandwich, or whatever. That doesn't mean I care. It means
you care a little bit. A little bit.
Yeah, but it's not caring.
Well, I go back to my previous position, and people giving charitable donations and so on are doing so, and I know this is going to go down poorly, but they're doing so primarily, I would suggest, in order to feel better about themselves. These supposedly selfless acts aren't at all selfless.
Well, I would agree with that. It is very nice to give. It's a nice feeling, and I've given quite a lot of money away foolishly. I might add, very foolishly. Not through generosity, but through stupidity and blinded by the opposite sex, blah, blah. And so now I've got a bit of compassion fatigue. I give nothing away.
Right.
I think I've done all that. I've probably given away £60,000, which I could do right now. Oh, that's true. I'm not exaggerating. It's sheer stupidity and naivety at a very old age too. I did that. So now when I see people, I think, no, I've done that. I've been there. Got the T-shirt.
I could only dream of being rich enough to be stupid enough to give away £60,000.
Well, the reason.
Don't tell us. Don't tell us.
No, well, the reason I had the money was because I sold a house in order to pay off debt. And while the cash was still in my bank account, I met someone, and I spent it on her instead.
Who took it? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't blame her, actually. It's quite right, in a way. It's like a perfect storm. It's like a bunny rabbit meeting a tiger in the jungle. It's not the tiger's fault that the bunny rabbit comes up and here's breakfast. I don't blame the tiger. I'm the bunny rabbit. But the point I'm getting at is...
I'm a bit lost in this simile. Are you the bunny rabbit or the tiger?
Oh, no, I'm the bunny rabbit.
You're the bunny rabbit.
I got eaten by the tiger.
Eaten by the tiger, right. I'm with you now.
Yeah. Anyway,
okay, thanks.
Don't care about poor people, so they should stop talking about them.
Yeah, all right. Cheers, Peter. There you are. You heard that? Stop talking about them. You don't care. We don't care as a country. Good grief. We've got blooming food banks, for crying out loud. People are so poor in this country that they're actually begging for food. How outrageous is that in what we are told over and over is the 5th richest economy in the world, whose future is so bright you have to wear shades? It's so bright that we are now more indebted than we have ever been. Not as a country, as people, as individuals. And what are we spending our money on? On cocaine and prostitutes? No! Breakfast! Donald Trump, how can that man live with himself? I think he's just a psychopath. He doesn't pay any attention to what he says. And anything that he says, he instantly believes to be true. That's the nature of a psychopath. How he can, with a straight face, get in front of the American people and say he's only concerned about safety and stopping them from being murdered, while at each point in his presidency, when somebody has walked into a school and killed a lot of children with a semi-automatic weapon, he always says the same thing. He repeats the line that the National Rifle Association, the gun lobbyists, tell him to say. It's too early to talk about gun control. It's the same thing every time. Another 20 children just got killed in the school. What's his answer? Arm the teachers. More guns. More guns equals more profits. Not to mention the bullets. And it's a concern for people not to get killed by immigrants. How about people not getting killed by white supremacists, of which there is a much greater likelihood? Thank goodness that there's that kaleidoscopic clown show going on over in America, because otherwise we would be the laughing stock of the world.
Oh, shut up!
0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Enfield. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Nick. Great programme.
Is it?
Yes, I think we are where we are because we're conditioned the way we think and ask questions. We blame poor people for being poor. We've got a meltdown in our community. We've got a meltdown in our prisons. We've got no police on the streets. We've got 100,000 nurses and doctors. We're a shortage of 100,000 nurses and doctors. And what do? We do nothing. We do nothing because that's how we're conditioned to not get off the bandwagon and ask questions. And I think, 15% of our nurses go to food banks. Child poverty has increased 70% in the last 10 years.
Yeah, the UN Inspector of Poverty, or whatever his title was, came over here and gave us a whipping.
Yes, and so I think what we need to do, we're desperate to get some French blood in our veins because we're desperate for a revolution. I think we need.
I don't think that's not who we are.
Peaceful revolution. We want a general strike to bring this government.
No, that's not who we are. I don't think so.
No?
I don't think we're that bothered.
No, we're not bothered.
I think the only thing that people are bothered about is the people who want Brexit are very, very bothered about that because they thought that they won the lottery. They've got a winning lottery ticket in their hands, but they haven't managed to cash it in yet, and the fear is that somebody's going to snatch it out of their hands.
Well, I'm a giggling Remainer because I think it's such a complete mess. It's like, I think they could make a film on this.
Oh, they will. Haven't they done already? Wasn't it just on TV the other day? I didn't watch it because there's only just so much Brexit you can stand, right?
Nick, it's absolute chaos. Why would you want to pull out the largest trading bloc in the world with over 500 million people? Oh, we can do more trade in Brazil and
because people have fantasies of when the map was pink and when we ruled the world, and they want to get back to that again.
You see, they're waving the flag that the empire's over, the British Empire.
Well, don't tell anybody.
I know, because they may get a bit angry, but no, I think what we desperately need, we need a new direction, and we need. I think Jeremy Corbyn will be the next Prime Minister. He's got my support because how on earth can you support the Conservatives? I mean,
well, it couldn't be worse. I mean, people keep telling us about what a catastrophe, what an absolute disaster in the waiting is a Jeremy Corbyn government, but it could be worse, could it? Not worse than this. We've got a government now that is admitting that their Plan A won't get through, and they haven't got a Plan B.
You see, we're back to square one. We're back to how we've been conditioned. Oh, we don't want Jeremy Corbyn. We'll be going back to the 70s. This is our brainwash we are. Look where we are now. Complete collapse in our economy and all the rest of it. Homelessness. We've got the worst housing crisis for 70 years. We've got over 100,000 children living in emergency accommodation. Oh, we don't want Jeremy Corbyn in. It get worse. I can't believe what people say. As you know,
Well, I've said this before. I think the reason that the press, the right-wing press, which are the majority in this country, of course, are so vehemently against the concept of a Jeremy Corbyn government is, and it goes back to one thing that he said a few years ago, was that he was minded to look at the concentration of news outlets in the hands of a very few number of people. As in, you know who. And so from that moment on, the newspapers, the 3 or 4 that are all controlled by 2 people, have been going absolutely berserk at him. And I've never seen, once he became the leader of the Labour Party, from being on absolutely nobody's radar at all. I mean, most people in this country had never even heard of him before he became the leader of the Labour Party. But once he was, and the newspaper proprietors heard that that's what he was probably going to do, break up their little cosy industry, then they've been doing everything they can to try to destroy him.
And of course, their biggest weapon they've got is the news media. It's more powerful than the nuclear bombs is.
Well, becoming less and less powerful by the day. I mean, if you look at the ABC, I bet my glamorous assistant wants to get the ABC figures of newspaper sales up straight away, if not sooner. I can tell you what they look like. It's a declining industry. I'm amazed that we've still got as many newspapers as we've got.
Well, they're going down the pan. One last point, Nick.
Yes.
You know this wall they're talking about to divide Mexico and the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think they should build the wall all the way round the United States. No, all the way around to keep them in, because they are the most dangerous government on the planet as we speak. So keep the wall up, but bring it all the way round, all the way round. And I think their world would be safer.
I think you could be. You wouldn't have to use as many bricks as that. You could just build a wall around the White House and make sure none of the current occupants get out. And I think that would be problem solved. All right, thanks a lot, Tony. 0345 6060 973. The only thing he's got left is a conflagration.
I'll bring us into war.
I think Iran is in the crosshairs, because he ain't going to get no wall, because Nancy Pelosi is skipping around him, jabbing, and he's just a giant flopping baboon. No offence. He's never heard the word no in his entire orange life. And there she is saying no. He's losing to a woman. What? Yes, Donny, suck it up. This text says there is a plan B, and it's leaving under World Trade Organization rules. Oh, for crying out loud. It's law that we leave on the 29th of March. Your confidence in our country is appalling, and your childish rants combined with your single-minded doomsday attitude is scaremongering at its best. And you know what I hear when I read emails like that? All I'm hearing is it's like saying, "Oh, we've unbuckled our seatbelts, we've stamped on the accelerator, and we're heading towards the edge of a cliff. But how can you not be completely confident in our ability to survive this?" Doomsday attitude. You know who else has a doomsday attitude about leaving under WTO rules? Everybody except a few hedge funders who are betting against the pound, and a guy who looks like Catweasel who runs a pub. Other than that, who have you got? This tweet says, how many of the 17.4 million who voted for Brexit have shuffled off this mortal coil in the 31 months since? Well, probably a similar number of people who have become eligible to vote because they just had a birthday. They're very upset with their elders, with good reason. I mean, look at the mess we've made, crying out loud. Hampton. Hello, Michael.
Hello.
Michael.
Well, it hasn't happened yet.
What hasn't?
My view is that I don't see that the European businessmen are going to allow a bunch of civil servants in Brussels to ruin their businesses and stop trading with us.
Well, they're not going to stop trading with us.
Well, no, there we are. Nothing will happen. On the 1st of April, we'll still be trading, because if they stop trading and they stop selling us and they put big tariffs up, it means that these people in these big businesses in Europe have got to start sacking people, and these people are being sacked will say, why am I getting the sack? Well, it's these old chaps in Brussels can't do a deal to sort it all out.
You know, it's interesting that you say that, Michael, because we heard that before. We've heard that for about 2.5 years now. People like you have been saying that, the BMW and Volkswagen, they certainly won't allow this, and they'll stamp their feet, and the European Union will come to heel, and a deal will be presented that prevents any disruption of their money-making procedures, and it didn't happen, did it, Michael?
They won't have to do it. Why should a company have to do a deal? Which CEO have you had on LBC of all these companies that said, I can't trade on the WTO rules? Who's actually said it? Which CEO of BMW, the wine growers, the cheese makers have come on and said, no, it's no good, we must have a deal, otherwise we can't trade? Why should they not trade with us?
Are you actually listening to the news? I mean, do you listen to this station? How can you, as a supposedly intelligent person, say that with a straight face? Which business leaders? Every business leader.
At the end, on the 1st of April, we're not trading. All right?
No, it's not that we're not trading. Surely you understand that. It's that tariffs and the difficulty of putting, particularly the car industry or anything else that is a complicated machine, it doesn't get built in its entirety in this country.
Yeah, but why should they stop trading with it? How do you know they haven't made contingency plans? You don't run a business, you're on the radio.
What do you do for a living?
What do you know about business?
What do you do for a living?
You only say what you read in the paper.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer that question.
Pardon?
What do you do for a living?
Well, I know a bit more than you. I've been alive longer than you.
Well, see, again, I asked him like 4 or 5 times, and he was unprepared to answer. So I'll assume nothing. You want a list of the people that are saying that crashing out with no deal would be very, very bad for both their business and this country? Well, the list is everybody except for that guy with the mad hair who runs a pub. Everybody else says it would be bad. And you, having not heard that, Michael, is just astonishing to me. I suspect that you have heard it. It's just that those opinions did not chime with your own, so you ignored them. Because nobody pays any attention to what anybody says anymore, particularly if they are an expert in possession of facts. And your assertion that you know more than me because you've been alive longer is comical.
We shall begin by being absolutely frank with each other.
Frankly, we are up the creek. Sue says, I voted out and really regret my decision now, particularly when I hear the numbnuts that phone LBC declaring it's the will of the people. Oh, now she regrets it.
Fabulous.
Says, I don't think I'm alone in wanting the opportunity to vote Remain now that I'm aware of the full implications of leaving. What are the Brexiteers afraid of exactly? Democracy. The Brexiteers are afraid of democracy. They say that it is their democratic right that we're based on a bunch of lies and interfered with by the Russians, who were fiddling about with our process in a way that we don't really understand and have no idea of the extent. So we don't know the validity of the result at all. We've got no idea. We know that something untoward happened, but our government doesn't want to investigate it fully for fear of what they might find. So they're just ignoring it. They acknowledged that Russia had, they were using their wicked ways to try to interfere with our process because Vladimir Putin wants the breakup of Europe, by which method he will become stronger by comparison. But they aren't prepared, the government is not prepared to find out precisely how much influence was put upon the process, because they're scared. They don't want us to know. So they acknowledge that it happened, but they don't know what it happened, what exactly happened, and nor do they want to know. So it might not have been the will of the people at all. Plus, it was so tight, and there were so many lies, and we had no idea what we were voting for. I mean, people, even now, today, 2.5 years later, are arguing about what it was they voted for. They wanted an orderly exit, or they wanted to crash out with no deal at all. They want to continue trading on the same terms, or they don't ever want to speak to anybody from Europe again. They want everybody that's foreign, that wasn't born here, or doesn't look and talk exactly like they do, to get out of it. Everybody's got their own little idea about what it was that they voted for. I bet you can get 2 people who think exactly the same together. Josh says, I've just been watching Mad Max Fury Road on TV, and the post-apocalyptic setting looked far more peaceful than mid-Brexit Britain. That is a superb film, by the way. Mad Max Fury Road is the best Mad Max film. It might be one of the best action films ever. It is great. There's no story in it at all, really. It's just fighting from the very first moment it starts until the very end. It is tremendous. I can't wait to see it again. But yeah, you're right. It was more peaceful than Brexit Britain. A little less fury. Let's have Leytonstone. Phil.
Hi, Nick. I was very much a Brexiteer, and 2.5 years ago, when you think about what Europe was and where it was going, I do believe that was the right decision. However, 2.5 years later, the liberal fascists are on the wane. And the liberal fascists, they're on the way.
Do you actually mean fascists?
Yes.
In what way are liberals fascist?
Well, it's a sort of crowd think, and they have compelled us to think in a certain way. But when I think about
what way?
Well, it's difficult to describe, but you should follow the rules and follow the general way of thinking, and do not think in any other way, because that's just not really acceptable. But when I think about Europe now, there's so many different new political parties, and people are listening to them and voting for them. It's a totally different Europe now than 2.5 years ago.
Really? It looks exactly the same to me.
No, it is different, Nick. And I think that if we stayed in, we could possibly change it from what it is. We couldn't have changed it 2.5 years ago. But now I think things are moving in Europe. There's a lot more sensible people around. And if we stayed in, I think we could change it.
Okay, I don't recognise the scenario that you have just laid out in front of us, particularly the fascist part, but you've changed your mind. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
I haven't changed my mind from 2.5 years ago when I said we should leave, but it's a different Europe now, and the possibilities are greater, and I think that we should probably stay in.
So you have changed your mind?
Well,
yes. Answer the question, man.
Well,
yes.
Like yes.
Say it.
Affirmative.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Yeah. No, it's a different Europe now, Nick. It's a different Europe now.
You've changed your mind, haven't you?
Affirmative.
Yeah, okay, thanks a lot, Phil. 0345 6060 973. He just wanted to tell us that he changed his mind. Brad says, just a gentle reminder that 17.4 million people voted to leave the European Union and not for any deal. Therefore, Mrs May's deal is the plan B. And we must always remember that. No deal is better than a bad deal. Oh, no, yeah, that was just one of those cute phrases that she kept coming out with, because it got her a round of applause. No deal is better than a bad deal. Well, it isn't, apparently. Depends what you mean by bad deal. If a bad deal is when you don't get absolutely everything you want, then I would suggest that it would be better if we... I can't remember how that sentence started, but whatever it was. Yeah, just finish it for yourself. Don't have to do everything, do I? Plus, 17.4 million people voted to leave. No, they didn't. They did not vote for no deal. They did not vote to leave the European Union with no deal, because nobody had even thought of such a thing then. Neither had they thought of the Northern Ireland border, about which we've heard a tremendous amount since. You can't possibly say that 17.4 million people had anything in their mind when they voted to leave other than a hope, a general hope that things would get better for them. A feeling that they have been held back personally in their lives by some unseen force, or an easily identifiable minority group of people. You know, that old thing again, talking about fascists. It worked for that ranting fella on the History Channel, and it works pretty much in any country that's ever been tried, over and over again. You want to get success, or a certain level of success, maybe 25-30% of the population, just tell them that their problems are the fault of those people. And it doesn't really matter who those people are. Could be anybody. Just pick a minority group of people in our midst and blame it on them. And people will be delighted if you do that. Certain individuals. Itching to believe that their dull and flat life is somebody else's fault, and not actually the fault of luck, which mostly it is. It's all luck. I mean, look at the world's most powerful person, for instance. Luck. He was lucky enough to have a father that was prepared to bail him out of his every deal-making catastrophe. I only got a small $1 million loan from my father, he said. He lies about everything. You know the figure that comes to mind?
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, right. It was $430 million he got from his dad. Even his backstory is a lie. Everything about that man is a lie. But I'm not talking about him tonight, maybe tomorrow. Unless you want me to. Agnes, hello, Glasgow. Hello, Agnes.
Hi, Nick.
Agnes.
Hi. Are you there?
I am there. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. What it is, I've been listening to you for the past maybe 5 nights.
Yes. I haven't been on for 5 nights. This is my first night on this week, Agnes. You're hearing voices.
Well, what it's about Mrs. M, as you would say, and these plans are Plan A and a backup Plan B. Yeah. Well, I think that the best thing that Mrs. M should do is maybe go to Plan Z, the end of the road.
Just skip the whole alphabet.
Yeah. And then the end of the road, and that means all she has to do is the end of the road for her. Go to the Buckingham Palace with her resignation. Really, because nobody's gaining anything out of this. Certainly not us. We're not gaining anything at all. The poor ain't, but the rich, they're getting richer.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about it, Agnes. If you're rich now, you will continue to be rich.
Yeah,
if you're poor, you will continue to be poor after our glorious Brexit. Ain't nothing going to change there. Here, I'm going to have to go, but cheers, my dear. It is so hard. That's what the government's position in regarding running the country. It is so hard that they just can't be bothered. Go ahead and run it yourself. Rob says, 1,000 years ago, the most intelligent experts on Earth, in possession of reams of facts, would have convincingly argued that the Earth is flat. Oh, God. Because scientists at one point got something wrong, then we can dismiss the opinion of all scientists and experts from this moment on. Is that your position, Rob? If so, then I suppose you won't be in need of a medical breakthrough for the rest of your life. We'll just put some leeches on you, see how that works out. Manny says, if Katie Holmes can get out of a marriage to Tom Cruise, surely the UK can get out of Brexit. You know, the thing about Tom Cruise, he may be a peculiar person, but then I think you'll find that many people in show business are. But and I started watching the beginning of Skyfall, you know, the James Bond film. Great film. I've seen it, I don't know, maybe half a dozen times already, but it's like a roller coaster, you know, you want to go on that to ride again. And it was the stunt at the beginning, oh, well, spoiler alert. That would have been so great if it had worked. Spoiler alert. Warning. Thank you. There's a motorcycle scene at the beginning where he's riding on the roof of a bazaar, and It's so totally not him doing that. You can see it's so obvious. And then the close-ups of him sitting on a bike, you don't see him, the bike actually touching the ground. You just see like a close-up of him with his, being buffeted by wind, and so obviously done in a studio. You think, okay, could have tried a little bit harder than that. I mean, those special effects are rubbish. And at that point, I stopped watching it. I'll get back to it later. But the contrast between that fake and the most recent Mission Impossible thing, Fallout, with Tom Cruise, it was stark, because Tom Cruise actually does the stunts, things that you wouldn't think he'd be able to get insurance for. I mean, the studio must be pulling its hair out. There was a big... I won't tell you what happens in the film, because a lot of people won't have seen it yet, but there's a big thing with like a helicopter, and he's actually driving the helicopter, as well as all of the other stuff that goes on around it. Absolutely amazing what he does. He must be out of his mind. But that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about, but that's the difference between... You can call Tom Cruise strange if you like, but at least he's out there doing it, as opposed to the coiffed fella that does James Bond at the moment, who doesn't. No, he doesn't. Stunt riders. Hammersmith. Hello, Tom.
Hello.
Oh dear. Yes, Tom.
Hello. Hi, Nick. Listen, you're really annoying me tonight.
Oh no! You heard something you didn't like on the radio? That's very
You
serious.
always annoy me. That's why I phoned in.
You could take the radio back for a full refund, Tom.
Well, no, that's why I like you, Nick, because you give a perspective that is your own, and it's nice to hear. But
too much
for me,
bleeping
very
perspective.
Annoying.
Yes.
It's very annoying.
Right. When were you last not annoyed? Can you remember back that far?
No, that never happened.
No.
For me, we've got to a stage where Western civilization is split, and we've got civilizationists and we've got globalists. And for me, you're a globalist. For me, I'm a civilizationist.
What's the difference? Because it's certainly not clear.
Well, for me, a civilizationist is somebody who lives in maybe a Trump supporter, someone who lives in Hungary, in Israel, in the Czech Republic, in Poland, in Slovakia. And then you've got the globalists, who are the more Western, democratic nations of Germany, France,
What do you mean by globalist? I mean, I'll play along for a while.
Well, globalist in the sense that, we don't have borders. We can live in this kind of
We do have borders. We do have borders.
Yeah, exactly.
Every country has a border.
Exactly, but I think that if you're honest, the whole European idea is that we can form a big bloc and we can compete with America.
Yes.
And America's always been this kind of big, horrible entity that we hate. And
do we?
Oh, it's awful,
Says who? Who hates America? We love America in this country. We love their music, and we love their clothes, and we love their food. We love absolutely everything about them. We love their films, and we love their TV shows.
You read The Guardian?
It would be among the last papers I'd pick up.
Well, if a lot of people read The Guardian,
a lot of people
America
do not read The Guardian, Tom. More people are employed writing it than read it.
But there's a narrative that is incredibly anti-American, which says that America deserved 9/11.
Who says that?
Who says that? Who says that? There was at the time there was a lot of documents and people that were writing that we go around policing the world and we had it coming to us. And Western.
Nobody in a position of power said that America had it coming to them.
Well,
you're just making it up.
I'm not making it up. That, we can go into minutiae we can find documents.
Minutiae.
If you want to do that. If you want to do that, but, we're not in a position to do that, really.
You could find somebody that believes that aliens are controlling their thoughts, but it doesn't mean to say that it's true.
No, but listen, what I'm trying to say is that we've got a civilizationist group on one side and we've got a globalist group on the other side. And we are split. And there's a whole split within Western civilization.
Oh, please. What are you talking about? Do you even know what you're talking about yourself? What's a civilizationist?
Well, Western civilization is a concept.
Yes.
Right. Do you agree with that? Western civilization. Do you agree with that as a concept?
How could I not?
Right. So, on the one hand, you have people that actually think that Western civilization comprises of a Judeo-Christian culture. And then you have, on the other hand,
don't bring religion into it, because more people in this country don't believe in God than do. We're out from under that cloud now.
Okay, so there are people on one side who think of a traditional concept.
What you mean is you don't like being surrounded by people that don't look and talk and walk and squawk like you do. You're not talking about civilizationists, you're talking about what they call a Little Englander.
No, I don't care about what I think. This isn't what I think. I'm saying there is a split.
Really?
I'm saying there is a split within Western civilization.
I don't buy that.
Well, you don't have to.
Okay, well, that's a result. ABC figures, 136,000 people read The Guardian, says my glamorous assistant. Yeah, but I need to know the table. Have they stopped printing the table in the Guardian? Well, maybe they've stopped printing the table in The Guardian, because it's kind of embarrassing now. 136,834 people read The Guardian. Wow. How are they still... Well, I know why they're still there, because of the unique way in which they're funded. That is terrible. I can't believe that we've got as many newspapers as we do in this country. There's going to be another one goes so soon, I betcha. I bet we don't live out the rest of this year without another newspaper going. And we will miss them when they're gone. That is true. Even that one. Even that one. Liam said... and that people are furious with The Guardian just seems amazing to me. I mean, people of an elderly disposition do like to criticize the young for their snowflake attitude. But I rather think that it is the older members of society that are the actual snowflakes, because they're the ones that cannot abide to hear an opinion that does not correspond to their own. Go berserk, they do. And The Guardian is one of those papers that make them go mad. Not everything can be the Sun and the Mail and the Times and the Telegraph. I mean, can the lefties have 2 papers that aren't read by very many people? Just 2, that's all. And the answer is always... No, you may not have your own paper. You must think like we do, or we'll kill you. Or words to that effect. I say they're the snowflakes. But, what do I know? Liam says, how do you feel for the young of the UK that were under 18 at the time of the referendum? Do you think they were cheated out of a vote? I think that some of them were cheated out of their future. But not just on that issue. They were cheated out of their future by their parents, who don't really give a damn about them. I mean, they say that they do, but they don't. If they did, they wouldn't have screwed up the world in the manner that they have. They wouldn't have splurged their guts out on credit, buying things they don't need with money they haven't got. They wouldn't be throwing plastic away to such a degree that it is... you could practically walk across the sea in some areas. There's so much of it. They wouldn't have polluted the cities to the point that you can barely breathe. They wouldn't have ruined the world in the manner that they have if they cared about the young. But nobody cares about anything else or anybody else apart from what they want right now, because the human race has got the developmental intelligence of a toddler. And the evidence of that is sitting in the White House right now.
You are going to love President Trump.
The big baby represents us all. You know, the Japanese symbol of last year was disaster, which sounds about right. The Japanese symbol of the year this year should be a big fat baby. That somebody has just yanked the dummy out of its mouth. We want everything, we want it now. And short-termism. I mean, if you are driven by short-termism, which we all are, then by definition you are not remotely interested in what happens later. And later is when the children take over. And the children are going to take over a ruined, smoking pile of ash. Not hash, ash.
Me what this is all about?
I've got no idea, dear. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Epsom. Martin.
Hi, Nick.
Martin.
How you doing?
Great, mate. How are you? Cheer up, it might never happen. Oh, no, that's right, it already has.
You were saying earlier, Nick, that the guy that runs Wetherspoons, Tim Martin, is the only prominent business person advocating Brexit.
Well, there is the fellow who makes £400 hairdryers who's decided to patriotically locate his next factory in Singapore. Yeah, him.
Yeah. Well, there's hundreds of others, aren't there?
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, why don't you acknowledge it? There's Simon Wolfson.
Who?
Chairman of Next. Simon Wolfson.
Simon Wolfson.
Chairman of Next.
Is he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's come out and said it many times.
I have not heard that, but I'll take your word for it. Okay.
You need to do your research a bit.
Oh, I know. I'm lacking on. I'm lacking in facts on the bloke who runs Next.
Shouldn't keep filling up your time with the sound effects that Tony Blackburn was doing in 1967.
Hey,
but you got Anthony Bamford.
That's really cut me down, Martin. I'm going to slink away and go and sit in a corner and think about what I've done. Wow. Now I'm embarrassed. You got another one? Okay, you got like 4. You got any more than 4?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Go on.
Jim Ratcliffe. Do you know him?
No. Who's that?
You don't know him. He's the richest man in Britain. Runs a company called Ineos. INEOS.
INEOS. Yes.
Yeah.
Not the richest man in Britain, though.
Sound effect good. Yeah. Rocco 40.
Rocco 40.
What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Trust out.
0345 6060 973. According to the Retail Gazette, Next's Chief Executive Lord Wolfson issued a stark warning about the dangers of a no-deal Brexit. Hey, you listening to this, Martin?
No, Simon Wolfson rubbish.
Lord Wolfson issued a stark warning about the dangers of a no-deal Brexit while releasing a detailed account of Next's no-deal contingency plans.
Is a supporter of Brexit.
According to the Retail Gazette, Next's Chief Executive Lord Wolfson issued a stark warning about the dangers of a no-deal Brexit. So that's, I think that's you blown out the water. But I do take on board your very, very serious complaints about my sound effects, and I won't be doing any of those again.
Negative.
0345 6060 973. You know what I like to do when I hear something on the radio that I don't like is I like to ring in and complain about it to see if they can't put on another program. I do the same thing when I'm sitting in front of a play. Many times I've sat in front of a play in the West End and about 20, 30 minutes in, I think, well, it's not really what I want to watch right now. So I stand up and I loudly complain to the people on the stage that they should perhaps put on another play. Because that's what sensible people do. Liam says, how do you feel for the... Oh, no, I've read that. Luke says, what's all this racket about Andy Murray? Oh. Listeners with the material. He says, I'm surprised we didn't see his mother sat next to him during the press conference. Good on him for his achievements. Makes me laugh as he's British when he wins, but now he's just retiring. He's gone back to being Scottish. Yeah, I'm not sure that's true. I mean, you'd like it to be true because it's funny. And I know that it is a commonly held belief that when a Scottish person becomes successful, they're immediately British. And when they fail, then they're Scottish. But I don't think that that's necessarily true. I just can't believe that people are so upset about it. I mean, come on, he plays tennis, for crying out loud. Who cares? He's worth £83 million, and he's at a point in his life when tennis players retire anyway. 10 minutes on the news today. It was the top story on both British television news programmes. I am stunned. Like, that's the most important thing that happened. And you know why? Here's the reason why. If he hadn't have cried, he'd have been in the sports section, where he belongs. Not the news section. But because he cried on camera, that's why they put him top of the news. Paul says, did you watch Brexit, the Uncivil War? No, I did not. He says, I don't know how anyone could watch that and not realise how we've been duped. Surely the penny must drop with some of the Brexiteers that they was sold a pup. No, you don't get it. The people that are most fervently for it feel that they have won the lottery. I've said this over and over again. That they've been gifted a winning ticket and their lives will change magically once we're out from underneath the thumb of our evil European overlords. And the fear is that someone's going to snatch that ticket out of their hands before they can cash it in. Well, here is the news. If you're poor now, you will continue to be poor after Brexit. If you're rich, you'll almost certainly continue to be rich. Your life will not change. In all probability, it will get a little bit worse. You will find it a little bit harder to make ends meet. I mean, we're just about managing now. All of us, pretty much. Apart from the top 10%. And even they're whining. The top 1% are doing okay. They ain't got nothing financial to be concerned about other than the price of a new boat. Everybody else is going to have a tough time of it. But they would have had a tough time anyway. It's just likely that it'll be tougher. That's all. Let's have a call. Have we got time? Any of these going to be really quick?
Maybe Martin.
Martin, right. You get the short straw. Harrogate. Yes, Martin.
Hello there. Wonderful show, my man.
Thanks.
Terrific. First time I've listened in to you.
Oh, yes.
I'll be very quick. You've heard of the world's longest running comedy show, haven't you?
No.
Well, the House of Commons. You listen to all those geezers talking, you listen to all the females talking, and you listen to them, and you listen to them, and you listen to them, and your head's going round in circles, and you think to yourself, do I really know what they're on about?
Right. Okay, listeners with material. Not that I'm concerned about that, but...
Warning!
Yeah, okay. He's new to the programme, and he'll get it eventually. All right, thanks a lot, Martin. 0345 6060 973. Chris says, Trump said, someone said a wall was medieval. So he said, so is the wheel, and they are everywhere. Really? I missed that. The stuff you miss when you're not paying attention. When I'm not doing my research. This text says, President Trump's wall. If Congress backs down, he builds an unsustainably expensive wall. If they don't, he's the most hated president in history. He is the most hated president in history. I don't think anybody in history has had lower approval ratings than Donny. Nobody likes you, Donny. It's because you're not a very nice person.
Donald Trump is a very nice person.
Well, I got that wrong. Again, failure with research. So I didn't want to talk about Donald Trump today because there's just so much else.
Let's go.
You know, the only thing that guy got right, there was complaining about the sound effects.
Stop whining.
The only thing that he got right was that the fella that came up with Ineos, the chap who is Jim Ratcliffe, he is actually Britain's richest man, according to the Sunday Times, who are experts in the possession of facts. So what do they know? But apart from that, he was completely incorrect in every respect. And about Jim Ratcliffe, by the way, a key Brexit backer, news from last August says that he has decided to move to Manchester. No. Morpeth. No. Midlothian. No. Monaco.
Fabulous.
Despite its previous claims, says The Independent, that the UK would be perfectly successful outside of the European Union, the billionaire has chosen to leave the country of his birth and move to Monaco, whose residents do not pay income tax. Worth £21 billion. Oh well, I guess that money would have been nice. We could have used it to, I don't know, buy comics and sweets. Still, never mind.
Bye-bye.
0345 6060 973. Michael says, we sold London Bridge to the Americans. How about Hadrian's Wall? We could then all migrate to Scotland, leaving Flea Smog to his moat and his castle. The London Bridge is I think it's in the middle of Arizona, isn't it? In the middle of absolutely nowhere. And the false story is that the American who bought it didn't know that he was buying London Bridge. He thought he was buying Tower Bridge, you know, the fake medieval thing that goes up and down. But that's not true. He knew what bridge he was buying. He just wanted to put it in, to make it to create a town out of nothing. And I think it's in Arizona or Nevada, one of those places where people don't live much. And, oh God, the lights have just gone out. I do forget to wander up and down. And that's where it is, weirdly. And I don't think it's even over a river. It's just over, it's just over sand. But there is a community that lives there now. I think I'm completely correct in every respect. Chris said, and I read that. This text, this is all about Donald Trump. I'm not doing Donald Trump right now. Why is everybody talking about Donald Trump? Because he's in the news.
I think it was after someone mentioned about the wheel thing earlier.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, he's building a wall.
I'm building a wall. Okay, I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall. Okay, I'm building a wall.
Yeah, you ain't building a wall, Donny. So forget about it. Your big dream is gone because now you're up against an implacable foe. One that can't be pushed around by you whining and whining and whining. Yeah, okay, maybe that's not fair. Donald Trump is not a whiner.
I'm a whiner and I keep whining and whining.
Okay, I got that wrong too. Nancy Pelosi. He's met his match. And his match is a little old lady. Bringing him to heel. 0345 6060 973. And absolutely dancing rings around him. I mean, telling it like it is. Which is probably the first time in his life anybody has said that to him. Acting like a baby having a tantrum. That's precisely what it looks like. Wah! Derbyshire. Hello, John.
Hi, Nick.
John.
Yeah, I think you need to sort of chill out about this Brexit thing and
relax.
Yeah, relax and chill out. You know.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you know, there'll still be beer available and cigars for your good self. The Cuban ones you'll still be able to import, perhaps tariff-free as well.
Why anybody would smoke a cigar is just beyond me. They stink apart from anything else, and you don't inhale the smoke. What do you get from it? I don't get it.
Okay, well, maybe the odd split from Jamaica then, tax-free and duty-free.
Well, not that I'm an expert, but I think we grow it here, don't we?
Yeah, but it's not really authentic, is it? It's under lights here, whereas in Jamaica it's under the sunshine. So
well, I bow to your expert knowledge in this regard, John.
Yeah, I think anyway, you do need to chill out, relax. The EU has only been in existence for, 50, 60 years? We've been in it for about 50. And you know what? Trade existed before, and it will exist beyond.
Oh, well, thank goodness for that. Where have you been all this time, John? You could have saved us a lot of trouble. I'll alert Theresa May, and she can stand her civil servants down. This text says, what does Donald Trump call kayaks? We don't do jokes. Matt in Lewisham says, will the Brexiteer millionaires subsidise those lower incomes when prices and inflation and the cost of living go up? No, I thought not. Back to serfdom, which is what they want. That is absolutely what they want. Of course not. I mean, that last guy is right. Everything will be more or less the same, except that things will most probably be more expensive. There'll be more people out of work. But, I mean, the country will still be here. I mean, it won't flip upside down and sink. Just like in the 1970s, it was still Britain. I mean, maybe the music will get better. You know, as the society crumbles and people become more miserable, the music gets much, much better. Or at least it has in history. But I think it's possible that everything has been invented already as regards modern music. We're just repeating over and over again like a parrot. So maybe that ship's sailed. Everything's been done under the sun.
Rock and roll!
But yeah, you know, like in the 1970s, people were poor and everybody had a terrible haircut and you know, clothes were rubbish and shoes were just absolutely comical. We probably won't go back to that again, but we'll most likely there'll be a mass unemployment. I mean, apart from anything else, everyone is about to get fired by a blooming robot. Is anybody paying the slightest bit of attention to that?
No.
I mean, there's serious things going on here. We've got kids starving in this country. We've got an increasing homelessness problem. We've got 60 million people in the world who have been displaced, who have no place to call home. And we are just obsessed with this for the last 2.5 years. The government hasn't done a single other thing. We've got people stacked up in the car park in ambulances because there aren't enough beds for them to go into in hospital. And the government's making a big song and a dance about, oh, well, 85% of the people that presented themselves at accident and emergency got seen within 4 hours. Well, that's great. How about 1 hour would be better? 4? Crowing about that like it's a great achievement. 4 hours. You ever sat on one of those plastic chairs for 4 hours with blood dripping out your eyeballs? No, me either, but it must be awful. No, I have sat on one of those plastic chairs for 4 hours with this, that and the other. Mostly the other. I said, here, nurse, have you ever seen this before? 0345 6060 973. Lewisham. Hello, Barry.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
Hi. You call me off guard. Hello there.
Hello there.
You even just had it. Donald Trump is mad, isn't he? He's mad as a box of frogs. He's shut. How can you affect 800,000 people's wages and say that they're happy about it?
Oh, yeah. A lot of people have been telling me that it's just tremendous and great what we're doing here.
It's just gone Christmas. It's the start of the new year. Why would they be pleased that they're not getting paid? It's out of his mind. Do you know? But I don't understand why Chuck and Nancy have to stand in the way they do. They sort of hunch over a little bit, and they stand there looking a bit, I don't know, really.
Well, I think they're hunched over because they're really, really old.
How ancient are they? They must be really, really old.
Oh, I think they're really, really old.
It's the optic. When I was looking at it and watching them, they were talking sense, but I just couldn't get over the look. Because the two of them were sort of joined at the shoulder and just lurching forward a little bit. It was.
Lurch. Your lurch is Trump. Trump lurches. He also finds it impossible to stay still. You know, like a child. What's amazing is he isn't rummaging around in his trouser pocket and picking his nose while he's standing on stage. Right. He just cannot stay still.
No, you're right. He's a different kettle of fish. He's always on his gimme, grabby sort of thing. He's I don't know. But,
and he's just cancelled his visit to Davos, the World Economic Forum, partly because he doesn't understand a single word that anybody says to them there. Says to him there. These are economists. These are world leaders. He's got no clue what these people are talking about.
And he's everyone calls him a great businessman, and with his trailer bankruptcies and so on, he really doesn't know.
He's got no clue about business. He's got no clue. He would be in jail right now if his father hadn't kept bailing him out of his failed business ventures. And you know what the people said from Davos when the news came in that Donald Trump wasn't arriving? They said, I bet they've never been so happy.
And they just, we don't have to put up with his hissy fit. You know he's going to go and have a hissy fit, as he always does anyway. there's no real point in hearing him.
And he's going to barge people out of the way so that he gets central position in the commemorative photograph.
Yeah. He's just a big narcissist, egotistical bag of vacuous wind. He's totally empty. He's just a blowhard. I don't know how long he's going to blow hard for, but you know.
And Nancy Pelosi, this tiny, neat woman, is just flicking him away, like she's flicking the ears of a naughty child.
And he's acting like a scolded boy as well. He's storming off in the middle of meetings like, well, we've got nothing to talk about.
Yeah.
He's walking off. He's out of his tree. But what
out of his depth.
Yeah, he really is.
But he knows it, and I think that's partly informs why he's his every move, really, to fill the air with his verbiage, just so no one else can get a word in edgeways.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's a big deflection tactic. Do you know what I mean? It's all a big dead cat.
Every time he accuses somebody else of something, he is admitting, maybe not to himself, but he is admitting that he is guilty of the thing that he accuses other people of. And he does it time and time and time again. If he calls somebody else a name, or he accuses somebody else of doing something, he himself is guilty of the thing he is accusing somebody else of doing.
And he's probably doing it at that time as well. He's doing it right there and then.
Yeah, hands above the table, Donny. We want to see where your hands are.
Disgusting.
Exactly. Andy says, can you ask if anyone can think of just one positive thing in leaving the EU, please? Oh, don't. I'll just get a slew, because I've heard all those calls before. Oh, well, we'll be out from under all them rules. There'll be stuff like that. And then I'll ask the perfectly reasonable question, well, which rule are you most chafing against? And the answer will be all of them. Ian says, have you started stockpiling food yet? When the vote goes down on Tuesday, I'll wager that will be the starting flag. Well, the supermarkets have already been told to prepare for people stripping the shelves bare. Which is incredible. Talk about afflicting injury on yourself. Give us a gun, we'll shoot ourselves in the foot with it. Lloyd says, I don't agree with your forecast for this country. What, rain? He says, it's booming and will continue to be the richest country in the world. I assume you are trolling me. Back under your bridge, troll. Chatham. Hello, Maria.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Maria.
Yeah, I really look forward to Friday night when you're on.
Oh, thanks. Not Saturday?
Sorry?
Not Saturday?
Yeah, Friday and Saturday.
And Saturday.
And we had a big treat over Christmas.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like so long ago, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yeah, I was just thinking, actually, when they said Marks and Spencer's are stockpiling, I'm getting a bit worried there. So that's where I do my shopping.
Well, you might run out of cardigans.
No, food. I rely on them. I do most of my food shopping.
Oh, so you shop in a top person's supermarket?
Well, I'm only feeding myself and the dog, so
right.
I'm not feeding a family, so...
Okay, then.
I think... Anyway, it was getting back to this Brexit. What I said when I phoned in was I would be interested in what you thought of Jeremy Clarkson's comments.
What's he said now?
Oh, did you not hear?
Well, I've heard of many things that he said, but I don't know what you're thinking of. What do you think of?
Well, it's surprising because you would think, well, you might assume he'd be in favour of leaving, but apparently he's quite cross about it, and he blamed what he called the coffin dodging something or another, stupid people and whatever, for getting us in this mess.
Yeah,
basically.
Well, that sounds about right.
Yeah, well, I thought so as well. Even though I'm in my 70s myself.
Well, Maria, old is at least 10 years older than whatever the person thinking of what old means is. That wasn't a very good way of putting it, but you know what I mean.
I got a bit lost there.
Yeah. You got lost. Imagine how I'm feeling.
Well, I thought there was a lot in what he said anyway, and as I say, I was a bit surprised because I thought he'd be more on, but then of course it's the car industry I think he's passionate about, that he's concerned because, we've had all that bad news with Jaguar Land Rover and Ford and the Japanese car makers, it's all getting quite scary.
Well, nothing, if you don't believe in it, Maria, it won't be true. And I think that is the sort of magical thinking that we're all encouraged to believe now. Okay, so companies are packing up and they're shipping out, but if you don't believe that they are, they aren't.
Well, I mean, obviously they are.
Yes, but these are only facts, Maria, and no one is interested in facts anymore.
Just feelings.
Yes, we're all about feelings now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I feel very European, so...
Well, you sound very, Chathamish.
Oh! Well, is there something wrong with my voice then?
No, not at all. It's just that you don't sound European. You sound more Kent-ish.
Well, actually, I'm not born in Kent. I was born in Cardiff.
Ah, that's what I was going to say. Mm-hmm. So a cross between Kent and Cardiff.
Well, I was only born in Cardiff, so they say if you're born in a fish and chip shop, you're not fish and chips, are you?
I've got no idea what that means. If you're born in a fish and chip shop, you're not fish and chips. I've never heard that before.
Where you're born is your
right,
parentage.
Where you grow up. Well, not your parentage so much as where you grow up, where your where your schooling was.
Yes,
perhaps.
I grew up in Essex and.
Oh well, yeah, I could hear Essex all over you, Maria.
Right, all right then.
All right, thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Gil says Andy Murray has done more for sport in this country than anyone else. Really? Than anybody else in history, ever? What has he done for sport in this country? Pray tell. Let me know. I am keen to find out. He says, it must be devastating not to be able to play. He's 31. You retire when you're 31. Bjorn Borg retired when he was 26. Professional athletes don't go on forever. This text says, how can Andy Murray be Britain's most successful athlete? 3 Grand Slams. Lewis Hamilton has been F1 world champion 4 times. Ugh. The only thing that's more boring than tennis is motor racing.
Boring!
Formula One, around and around and around they go, and nothing ever happens. Let's have Belsize Park. Judy.
Hello. Oh, I don't want to talk about Trump or Brexit, thank you. I phoned about London Bridge.
Ah, yes.
I've been there.
In America?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's in Lake Havasu.
Yeah, but where is that?
Arizona.
Arizona!
Yes.
See, I was completely correct in every respect.
Well, you're always completely correct in every respect.
That's true. Yeah.
Even when you're not.
That is a true fact.
That's a true fact.
So what's it like there?
Well, there's a lake. It's over a lake. But according to my husband, and he's probably wrong, it's not the whole bridge. It's not the bridge. It's a shortened version of the bridge.
Is it?
It's not as big as the bridge. Yeah, it's got less arches. That's a fact. That's
is it?
Not false news.
I did not know that.
Yes. But according to my husband, who may be completely wrong, as I say,
probably,
they've built it out of concrete, and they took the sort of fascia from the bridge in London and took that over and faced the concrete bridge that they built with the facing from England, from London, and the rest of the bridge has been buried somewhere in the British countryside in a pit. No, and he's not.
That doesn't sound true. Where did he get that from?
He's not a conspiracy theorist, my husband.
Right.
He is absolutely convinced that is what they did.
Well, where did he get that information from?
I've no idea.
Right, just made it up out of thin air.
No, he wouldn't have done that. But he knows history and stuff.
Oh, history. Ugh.
Yeah. And also, they had beef eaters there and English policemen, dressed as English policemen.
Yeah.
And the whole thing looked quite odd.
Well, I would
they
think
had
so. Yeah.
sort of people from Henry VIII's time wandering around in costume.
God, that must have been in Arizona. It's like 115 degrees out there.
Yes, it was boiling. But the whole thing was sort of surreal because you had the bridge, you had gas lamps on it, and things were sort of incongruous, very old-fashioned things, people in all these costumes, and then modern stuff as well.
And is it an actual town or is it just a tourist attraction?
Well, we were there nearly 20 years ago, so I don't know what's happened to it since, whether it's been developed. It was sort of weird. It was just, you just drove up to it kind of across the desert in Arizona, and it was just there over the lake.
How bizarre.
Yes, but we had to visit because we were going near there, so we thought we must go and see it.
Yeah, and there's nothing else around, so why not?
No. But you can check it all out whether what my husband thinks is true or not.
It sounds like you're giving me homework, Judy.
Yes. Well,
oh, but miss, it's the weekend.
At least I've changed the topic of conversation.
Thank goodness for that.
And millions of people must be listening and thinking, exactly.
Finally.
Heaven,
exactly.
Please, could we have one night? I love you to pieces, you know that, but could we have one night just free of anything to do with America and anything to do with Europe and anything to do with Brexiteering?
Well, it doesn't leave me much.
Well, you used to, before we got into all this, years ago. I've been listening to you for years.
I can't remember what I used to talk about.
Well, you did. Way before 2000 and whenever it was that it all started. You've had a programme for years.
Well, yeah, decades. And I have no idea what I used to talk about.
Well, they were really interesting topics, all sorts of things.
Well, yeah, I never have done topics. I've always just let it just happen.
Yes.
But I have no idea what I used to talk about.
Well, all the listeners who have been listening to you for more than about 3.5, 4 years will come up with lots of ideas,
I very much doubt it, Judy. If there's one thing I've learned in all that time is you can't rely on the general public to come up with ideas.
No, but they'll remember. I mean, you used to just discuss all this. I don't know. I can't remember any.
I just used to open the mic and just used to blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but it was fun and it was interesting and it wasn't, oh, God.
Are you telling me that you've had enough Brexit?
Just please. Maybe one night a month or something.
As a special dispensation to those that listen in Belsize Park.
If we could have I bet other people, or maybe all the other people you have on, you've only got a short time now of this programme, just ask them, would they like maybe one night a month, free of anything to do with America or Europe or Brexit or not Brexit?
Oh, I can't think of what else is there.
There must be other things.
I mean, what that leaves us with, I'll tell you what it leaves us with, is suicide, cancer, abortion, religion.
No, nice things. I don't know, but play back some of your old programmes.
No, I definitely won't be doing that.
No.
Well, I want you to leave it with me, Judy, and I will probably disappoint you in good time. All right.
Okay.
Cheers. In Derbyshire, you can talk to me. Hello, Hannah.
Hiya. I just wanted to ring you because I wanted to ask you a question, actually. So I'm a Leave voter, so we're probably going to disagree on a lot of things, but
your phone is not good. Did you say you're a Leave voter? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to disagree on quite a bit, but one thing we definitely...
Why can't we just get along, Hannah?
I know, right? That would be nice, wouldn't it? One thing we do agree on is the reason why a lot of people voted. Now, it isn't the reason why I voted, but it is clear that a lot of people voted because they genuinely wanted out of the circumstance and situation that they were in. So my question is, seeing as how Brexit seems to be a little bit of a stalemate at the moment, why can't we just go back to the issues that actually caused Brexit and try and fix those? And if we did, what would we do? How would we fix it?
Well, I think, yes. I mean, do you have in mind what those issues are? Because what occurs to me is the disproportionate concentration of wealth in the hands of a very few people. I mean, if we're the fifth richest economy in the world, and we've got people relying on food banks, people actually begging for food in this country, people sleeping in doorways, then something has gone seriously wrong somewhere.
Yeah, and you've got underfunded public services, and we can talk about how we're getting new funding now, but really, is it enough?
No.
The social care issue in the country, the NHS, the mess of that.
Yes. All of these things are what the Scandinavian countries do way better than us, with the result that people who live in Scandinavia are much happier than we are, and that's been shown over and over and over and over again. But we're turning our back on them, and we're moving towards what America does, which has to be the absolute worst example that we could pick on Earth.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Wow, we can get along.
Yeah, no, it does happen, doesn't it? Because I genuinely believe, you might actually think this is completely insane, because I think I sound completely insane when I say this. I obviously, as a Leave voter, want to leave the EU. However, I cannot leave under the terms that this government is offering. So therefore, I'm left with really only one option, because leaving with no deal isn't really an option. So I have to remain. Now, my problem now is, if you have a whole ton of people that voted to leave for those reasons, mostly because they've given up with the establishment, how do we make sure that potentially doing something like having a second referendum doesn't damage their belief in democracy?
Oh, please. They're not really... nobody's interested in democracy if it doesn't achieve what they want.
No, I hope that's not true.
I bet
really
it is.
do hope that's not true. But, my question is, can we... Because I think it would cause chaos if Parliament just said, let's just do a second referendum. But if one of the parties, whoever it was, stood up and said, you know what, let's have an election after anything, whatever, and stand on a manifesto pledge that says we're going to give you a second referendum, I actually think that would work.
Well, I don't know about the second referendum, but I think you had something at the beginning when you said we should perhaps be addressing the things that made people disgruntled with their circumstance in the first place, and that is that even people who have middle-class jobs are just about barely getting by. I mean, you see this in America. People who've got proper jobs in America who are missing one paycheck are finding it, they're going to have to go and get loans from loan shark companies, because and the situation is the same here. Even if you've got a good job and you're earning above average wage, you still are only just about getting by. I mean, people who aspire to do certain work, to have certain careers, when they get there, they find, actually, you know what? Even though I'm earning 40 grand a year, I still can't bloomin' afford anything, and so that is something that people are rightly concerned about. But none of this is getting any attention whatsoever, because the entire concentration of the government and the civil service is on this Brexit thing, and neither will it get any attention, because for now and for the foreseeable future, they're just going to be concentrating on that.
No, absolutely. But how do you get Brexit out of the public sphere, other than either leaving or not leaving? Like, how do you do that so that we can then focus on these things? Because,
what you're asking for is we all get in a time machine and we go back, and somebody has a strict word with David Cameron to have him not ask us the question in the first place.
He's just such a fool, though, isn't he? I know I shouldn't say such nasty things, but he really is a bit daft, because what possible politician, what logical politician or logical human being even would stand there and say, oh yes, I'm going to bring this to the people. I haven't thought at all about what I would do if they voted to leave. I haven't thought at all about what to do if we have to go with no deal. I don't know what sort of deal we'd want if we did leave. I mean, Who does that?
Well, a person who's never heard the word no in his entire life, who's been gifted unimaginable riches by having parents send him through Eton with everything that is associated with that. He's never had to struggle his entire life. He's just sort of sailed through life and it hasn't really touched him. That's why he would do that. Because he wasn't a particularly good Prime Minister.
I think this is nonsense.
And now he's stuck in the shed where they keep the tools. Thanks, Hannah. 0345 6060 973. This text says, I first found out about London Bridge in Arizona in the film Falling Down with Michael Douglas. I didn't think it was true. Very interesting. It was in Falling Down. Was it? I just saw that film. I mean, I've seen it before, but I just saw it, a couple of months ago. I don't remember London Bridge was in Falling Down. I mean, it was in LA, that film, wasn't it? But, it's possible I missed it, and blinked and missed it. Romford. Hello, Eddie.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Right, yeah, I was going to... Well, I'll totally agree with Donald Trump. I mean, he's the worst president I think he's ever had. It's something to himself is unbelievable. What I was going to talk about was the exit sort of thing. I don't think it's going to be that sort of bad, basically, really, is it? I mean...
Isn't it? Oh, thank goodness for that.
And the last thing the last sort of thing is to maybe wind out my sails, basically.
Oh, no. Well, I'll put you on hold and you can gather yourself.
On that one.
Okay.
On that one.
All right, well, let's just stick on that and then we can live in perfect harmony. How does that sound? Thanks a lot, Eddie. 0345 6060 973. Another satisfied customer. The London Bridge wasn't in Falling Down. Well, I bet my glamorous assistant knows. He knows almost everything.
Say again, sir.
London Bridge was in Falling Down.
I've not seen it.
Oh, London Bridge is falling down. Oh, I get it. Ugh. This text says, how about this for solving Brexit? The EU offer all those who want it EU citizenship. I'll read that again. This text says, how about this for solving Brexit? The EU offer all those who want it EU citizenship. Let the millions who wanted to remain join, and the rest can twiddle their thumbs as they see what they're missing. Yeah, I don't think it works like that. Anthony in Greenwich says, right-wing media... this is a comment I must have made some time ago. He says, right-wing media? Who are you kidding? I've got no idea whether he speaks like this, but this is the voice that I'll give him. Right-wing media? Who are you kidding? For a start, we got you spouting your left-wing nonsense and making up pretend facts. And when was the last time you watched the BBC? Labour's propaganda machine. Corbyn's a Marxist who would destroy this country, says Anthony in Greenwich. Well, as long as you thought this through, Anthony. Richie says, what's wrong with listeners with material? I myself have got 3 metres of purple velvet. Ugh. That's what's wrong with listeners with material, Richie. In a nutshell. Let's have a call in Earl's Court. Hello, John.
Yes, hello, Nick. Have you heard the saying, shoot the message, not the messenger? And do you know what it means? Because that's all you've done with respect to Trump. I mean, look at the last caller that you had, for instance. He starts off by saying, I think Trump is the worst president we've had. I don't know who he means by we, because he had a British accent.
The people of the world, probably.
The people of the world. Well, Trump is not the president of the world. He's the president of the USA.
Well, he's the leader of the. He's the leader of the free world. I mean, we can agree on that, can't we?
Well, the leader of the free world. Okay.
The title normally given to a president. He never actually
gave us any reason for why he thought Trump was the worst president.
Well, how many reasons do you need?
Well, give me one.
Give you one.
When I ask you, give me one.
He lies with frequency that is previously unknown to humankind.
A very vague thing. He lies. I mean, all politicians lie. Did Tony Blair tell us the truth?
Not to the extent. No politician that I know of lies to the extent that Donald Trump lies. It's like he's up to.
How many lies did he tell? Go on.
He's up to 13 a day.
Name a few.
Well,
go on. Name a few.
His recent
John died as usual. Name a few.
Well, if you shut up for a minute, I will.
Well, don't be rude. I mean, it doesn't make your point one bit stronger. I could tell you to shut up too. You know, that's not very nice. Go on.
No, because as soon as I start speaking, you're just going to interrupt me again. What's the point?
That's what you do. That's what you do.
Well, I'm a trained professional, John. Don't you try this at home.
Listen, so what you're saying is that you have the right to interrupt me, to put me off my train of thought, but I don't have the right to do the same thing to you.
Do you have a train?
A train of thought. I think that's an English saying.
Yeah.
Once again, you're shooting the messenger. You're getting personal. I mean, you do have a wee bit of a chip on the shoulder, don't you?
Oh, yeah,
I know.
I'm a terrible human being. Christians? What's Christians got to do with it?
No, because I've heard you before, and aren't you the guy that's always having a rant about Christians?
Not Christians specifically, religion in general. I have a problem with religion in general.
It's normally always the Christians. I don't think you've rubbished any other religion.
No, religion in general. To be specific, religion in general is what I'm against.
Okay. If you're not having a rant about that, then you're having a rant about Donald Trump.
And when you say rant, you mean somebody saying something you don't agree with?
No, I mean a hate-filled personal attack. For instance, you called Trump a whining baby.
Yeah, he is a whining baby. That's just a fact. That's just a fact, John.
Baby. I think you're a whining.
Well, that's the matter for you.
Shoot the message, not the messenger. When I asked you name one of his policies that you don't like, you can't mention it.
I couldn't mention it because you kept I couldn't get one word out before you interrupted me.
The same thing to me. Okay, I'm giving you a chance. How many lies has he told?
13 a day for the entire time he's been in office.
Name a few.
Oh, Struth.
Name a few.
Name a few.
13 a day.
Yes, 13 a day.
There must be hundreds. Name a few.
No, it's not hundreds. It's thousands. He's in the thousands.
So name a few. If he's got thousands of lies, name a few.
Mexicans are all murderers and rapists.
He did not say
and
that.
some are good people, I suppose.
The coyotes, who are the Mexican people smugglers, he said the coyotes.
No, he didn't.
Have a high percentage.
No, he did. God, you're as bad as he is. He did not say that. He said Mexicans.
He did not say all Mexicans.
He said Mexicans, they're murderers and rapists, and some are good people, I suppose.
Well, some are good people, which means they're not all murderers and rapists.
Okay, so you're defending that?
No, I'm defending...
No, you are. That's exactly what you just did. You said, technically, yeah, they are murderers and rapists, and some of them are good people. So technically, it's true. So you're defending that. Just look it up, John. Just look it up on the... maybe they get the internet where you are. You should ask a trained professional to stick the internet up your house, and then you'll be able to see. Don't ask with your mouth. Ask with your eyes. I'm not doing your homework for you. Holy smoke, if you have to call somebody up and ask them to detail Donald Trump's lies, then you're not paying attention. Do you get the news where you live? Struth. Here, Mountain Hollow, or whatever that goes. Everybody sing! Yes, Spike.
I can fill you in on Falling Down if you're still interested.
Yes.
Okay, you remember Robert Duvall's character was one day away from retirement, right?
Aren't they always?
Well, they always are. He was retiring with his wife to Lake Havasu in Arizona, which is where London Bridge is.
Ha. I did not, I don't remember that. So did they actually go to that? Did they film anything there? I don't think they did they?
No, it was all in LA.
So it was just mentioned, but we didn't actually go there. Right. See, I thought that somebody was having a larf, as in London Bridge is falling down.
And you know what's funny is that I've loved that movie since it came out, and it never occurred to me that London Bridge is falling down, and the title of the movie was Falling Down, that was literally the first time that ever occurred to me.
Yeah, it just hit me like a bell just now. So, from the position of being a stranger in a strange land, Spike, what's it like being in West Virginia round about now?
You know what? I've wanted to call you so many times to plead West Virginia's case, because I know you talk about people taking our guns. And there are so many people in this state, even though it's a right-leaning state, even though it voted for Trump, there are so many people I know who are just dead set against the man.
Well, he's the least popular president in history, I think. I mean,
I think you're probably right.
Well, I think his ratings are lower than any other president ever, including Nixon, I think.
What does that tell you?
It tells a lot. So, right. Yeah, but, you know, you say that a lot of people that you know don't like him, but you pick your friends based on you getting along and agreeing with each other on most things. You don't pick them on... You don't deliberately pick people who disagree with you. So is it possible that you are not the voice of the majority?
Well, certainly not the voice of the majority in this state, but there are level-headed people in here. There are people, and luckily I married one, which was very nice. You know, she's...
Yeah. Well, you got lucky there, Spike. I don't know how you managed that.
Yes, I certainly did, especially with this face.
If you say so. All right, thanks a lot, mate.
It's not waiting in Glasgow.
I bet it is, yeah. That's Spike from West Virginia. Almost heaven. Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. I think you'll find that's correct.
You got that right.
Yeah.
You got that right.
Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountain, blowing like a breeze. Cheers, Spike. 0345 6060 973. Stephen Islington says, have you seen the new clip where Trump is now denying, saying that Mexico would pay for the wall? Yeah, I have. You can add that to maybe that was 14 lies that day. You believe that guy calling me up and saying, well, mention one lie. Jeez. How can you be that delusional? Mention one. I've only got a 3-hour show. I couldn't fit them all in. Not from even the ones that he'd mentioned this year. Mexico is going to pay for the wall. He used to do that call and answer thing, like a pantomime, in his safe space rallies with those demented yeehaws and the Make America White Again hats. Who's going to pay for the wall? Mexico. Yeah, he loves the poorly educated.
I love the poorly educated.
He actually said that to them, and they cheered and whooped. Yeah, he loves us, the poorly educated. Useful idiots, I think, is Stalin's phrase. Graham says we should address why we voted to leave the EU. The answer is because we want to leave this club, which is run by multinational corporations and self-interested politicians. What, as opposed to this country, you mean? You don't think this country is run by multinational corporations and self-interested politicians? Have you seen us, Graham? Michael says, back to the Daniel Craig topic from an hour ago. I was working for Aston Martin when he visited the showroom. Hilariously, he doesn't have a full driving license. What? Yes, the saviour of the free world, 007, is only legally allowed to drive an automatic. Good grief. I did stop watching Skyfall, which I've seen many times before. It's a great, great film. Just because I'd recently seen that, I'll just mention this again briefly in passing, and then I'll tell you who should be the next James Bond, the actor. And I've mentioned this before as well. I'm repeating. I just had to. I thought, no. He obviously wasn't doing those stunts. He would probably retire to his trailer, put his feet up and smoke a cigar or whatever it is that he does on his off day, and a professional would come in and do those stunts for him. And I'm not sticking up for Tom Cruise because he's, seems to be a bit. Some of his ideas are a bit strange, no doubt. But then that's true of all religionists. Let's not get superior about one religion being less strange than the other. They're all weird. But at least he does his own stunts, and they're about the same age, aren't they? I mean, Daniel Craig might actually be younger than Tom Cruise. And the next actor to play James Bond, and this is really important because there's not that many good action what do they call them, franchises anymore. They just aren't. It's all those stupid robot movies and Marvel superheroes, for crying out loud. God, you have to be 12 years old to like that stuff. No, an actual proper action hero. There's the Mission Impossible series, and there's James Bond, and that's about it, unless you want to go really dumb and watch something that James the Rock Dwayne, or whatever his name is, those children's films. So the next James Bond is really important. Don't screw it up, Barbara Broccoli. It's not going to be Idris Elba. Too old. And not convincing enough as an actor for me. I mean, have you seen the Alien prequel? What's it called? I bet my glamorous assistant knows.
Prometheus?
Is the right answer. He was terrible in Prometheus. So it's a no from me, and not any of those drips from Eton, Hiddleston and the other guy. And certainly not that guy who's just in The Bodyguard, because he would be talking about his emotions. Ugh. No, it's got to be a thug, and it's got to be that bloke who was in Starred Up, whose name I can never remember. What is it? Exactly. Him. The bloke who's in Starred Up. Looks like a thug. Looks like he would kill you rather than buy a latte. But sign him up right now, Barbara Broccoli. Do it. Do it straight away. And then thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you. What the hell is going on?
I'm glad you asked, Donnie, because great news. Your close personal friends are about to take over this country, according to Transport Secretary Chris Grayling, who has said that the 17.4 million people who voted to leave the EU would feel cheated by any moves to water down Theresa May's deal or thwart Brexit. And if that happens, he said, Britain will witness a surge in neo-Nazi extremists. Very nice people. Does that sound a bit like Project Fear?
Yes.
A little bit, yeah. If we don't leave the EU, we're going to be up to our eyeballs in Nazis.
Oh, no.
Yep. And this is from Chris Grayling, the man who had the nerve to say that it was scaremongering for civil servants to say that it would take us 10 years to negotiate Brexit and our trade deal with the EU. They said it would take 10 years to negotiate our exit and our trade deal with the EU. And Chris Grayling said, rubbish. Project Fear, he said. Well, the civil servants said that 3 years ago. And we haven't even negotiated the exit yet, never mind about the trade deal. So I think they're completely correct in every respect. But Transport Secretary Chris is very upset. That was Project Fear. That it would take 10 years. I mean, trade deals take 7 years. And the negotiation for our exit has taken, it will be about 3 when it's all done, assuming that it is. So that seems spot blooming on to me. But that was Project Fear, according to Chris Grayling. But it's perfectly proper to say that we're going to hear jackboots coming up the driveway if we don't get Brexit. Nothing scary about that. Vote for Mrs. M's deal or we're all going to die. This is getting proper silly. Hey, did you see that leaflet that right-wingers were handing out in London today? I'll get onto that in a minute. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the majority of Tory voters now want their elected representatives to back the Prime Minister's Brexit deal. They love a bit of it. 55% in favour, up 8 points on last month. Can you believe that? Every day in every way it's getting better and better. Can you believe that, Mrs M?
No.
Case closed, move along, nothing to see here. 55% of Conservative voters who expressed a preference are now in favour of Mrs M's deal. 31% are against it. And the numbers for it are up 8 points, and the numbers against it are down 7 points. And that's very good news, apart from the news about Labour. I'll get onto that in a minute as well. But there is the issue of Labour support being 30% for her deal. But, you know, we're all divided on partisan lines, and if I told those very same Labour supporters that was Uncle Jezza's idea, they'd give it a standing round of applause. Overall, the public is still against her deal by 41 points to 34, although the gap has more than halved. The more they hear about her deal, the better we like it. And but Chris Grayling is standing on the sidelines, waving his arms in the air, with a panicked look on his face. He says that if somebody thwarts Brexit, there will be the end of 350 years of moderate politics in this country, and we're going to be overrun by Nazis, if you can believe that. And let's just pause for a thought. Just for a moment, and remember that this is supposed to be the easy part. The trade negotiations haven't even started yet. And they take, like I said, 7 years. What? 7 years! But the exit was supposed to be the easiest deal in the history of mankind. Isn't that what David Davis, so great they named him twice, said? Here comes the part about the Tories, Mrs M. Grip onto something firm. Labour are more popular than you are. According to this poll, Conservatives are on 38% and Labour are on 41%. No wonder they want a general election. But this poll, which questioned, probably not questioned you, and that's why you may be harumphing at this moment. Well, they never asked me. They questioned, it wasn't a vast number, it was just over 1,000, which seems to be the bliss point for pollsters. 1,013 adults were quizzed this week, and they were given a straight choice between Mrs M's offer or no deal. 41% said, well, I'll take the deal. And 32% said, I'll have whatever's in that box over there. Get Noel Edmonds on the phone and he'll explain that game to us, because I still don't get it. How is that even on television? Is there anybody in there?
Hello.
Oh, yeah. I never know. How is that a game on television? Explain it to me. I mean, what was the meeting that executives thought, oh, God, that's a fantastic game. We'll give you millions of pounds. So they come on, and there's boxes, and you just got to say, I'll have what's in that box. You don't have to answer any questions. You don't have to engage in any feats of prestidigitation. There is no skill involved of any kind whatsoever. You just say, I'll have what's in that box. And that's the end. Closing credits, you're welcome. I am stunned. The stuff that gets on television, it's amazing. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, 41% say we'll have Mrs M's deal. 41%. That's over half. And if I got that wrong, you could please write to me at the following address. 41% support Mrs M's deal, 32% back no deal, which means that 27% didn't know. And those were the only honest people in the poll. I don't know is the only correct answer. What they should have, what the pollsters should have asked is, have you read and understood the deal? And 100% of those people would have said...
Negative.
Of course not. And you may think that is fanciful, but the same poll asked whether people would prefer Plan B. And 44% said yes. Even though there is no such thing as Plan B. That is priceless. Would you prefer Plan B? Oh, yes, I think so, yes. Oh, that's my preference, definitely. Yeah, put me down for Plan B. Oh, yes, that sounds very good. There's no such thing. Oh, my God. What the hell is going on here? Donald Trump is right.
What the hell is going on?
I can't believe I've said that. You're about to go to jail with Donald Trump, by the way. Please assume the position. Good news, though, Mrs. M. There is actually good news in all of this for her. The only person the public like the thought of running the country less than Theresa May is Boris Johnson. Yeah, for obvious reasons. So anyway, right-wingers were demonstrating near Downing Street, and they handed out flyers. Oh, you should have seen them. The artwork that went into that flyer, it was fabulous. Shame about the wording. Right-wing protesters demonstrating near Downing Street handed out flyers claiming to be in favour of many and various different things. It's headed, "What we stand for," with 4 exclamation marks, like they're shouting at us. And then there was one of those yellow vests beneath it. You know, there's one of those hazard vests to make you show up in the dark.
Warning, warning.
Yeah, one of those vests. They're allying themselves with... Hang on, I'm going to cough. They're allying themselves with the people in France. You know, the ones that pull up paving stones and chuck them at gendarmes. Where they got those vests from, nobody knows. In France, you've got to carry one in your car. It's the law. But because everybody's in a gang now. It's all the Jets and the Sharks. And so there's people who are setting fire to cars in France. And generally having it large, or whatever that translates to in French. Which would be avant-garde, or something like that. Who cares? They should blooming speak English. And so they're allying themselves with these people that are wearing the French high-vis jackets because they are, against things. The UK yellow vests. So they handed out a leaflet which says, UK yellow vests and what we stand for. Mostly they stand for anger. What is it about people on the far right that they seem to be defined by their furiosity? Perpetually annoyed. Their top demand was justice for our boys, which is a curious thing. I mean, I know there's been a lot about our boys being hounded by legal beagles about things that they may or may not have done, but it's a bit weird, don't you think? That just because you put on a uniform, suddenly the law doesn't apply to you anymore. And anybody that suggests otherwise is a traitor to their country. Do me a favour. But anyway, the top demand from these people was justice for our boys. And it's, well, we could argue about that from now until the end of time. But let's just let that one go, eh? They also stand for Brexit. You bet they do. So far, so good. But then there's a list of things underneath that they also apparently stand for, which may make you, if you agree with them so far, it might make you want to take a brisk step backwards. This is a list which includes, but is not limited to, the things that they stand for. Child abuse. What? That's what it says. We stand for child abuse. They also stand for abuse of children in the system. They think about it a lot. We stand for homelessness. They stand for veterans' suicide and veterans on the streets. They stand for false adoption, universal credit sanctioning. They stand for people starving, pensioners living in poverty, wrongful arrests. They stand for deaths in custody, rape and murder of our children. They stand for charity corruption, justice system corruption. They stand for corrupt police and corrupt politicians and fake news and fake laws and greedy bankers, and they stand for a corrupt government. Well, that sounds like a manifesto to me. They get my vote. Why wouldn't they?
He knows everything.
Oh, by the way, there's going to be a beast from the east, which is going to be coming in... Oh, who cares? How many times are they going to tell us about this blooming beast from the east? There's going to be bad weather this winter.
Oh, no.
Yeah. They've been telling us that for, since the summer. Since the summer, I've been living in perpetual fear of the worst winter ever. I just hate the cold. Hate it.
Stop whining.
And, and I keep waiting for it to happen, but what are we, what is it, January the mid? That's, almost halfway through. We're about halfway through winter and nothing's happened yet. So I've decided not to believe them anymore. I've decided that they don't know what they're talking about. Liar! Exactly. Paul says, it's not like Chris Grayling could do with a distraction and change of topic in relation to himself at the moment. I don't know what you mean. Tony says, if Brexit is overturned, there will be scenes the universe has never seen before. Like Mission Impossible Fallout? Like that? Baker Street. Hello, Malcolm.
Hello, Nick. I want to just say to you, mate, you get a very responsible position here, but you seem to be spouting a lot of propaganda about the less likelihood of riots on the streets if Brexit or all these people are giving out the false information. Do you know this evening I went to Tesco's in Baker Street and they didn't even have bread and baked beans because of the nonsense that you're spouting. You're putting a lot of people in a false sense.
Wait a minute. Malcolm, back up. Take a breath. Tesco's didn't have baked beans because of me.
Well, apparently so, mate, because you keep spouting out this propaganda that you know, there's riots left, right and centre, it's never going to happen, and Chris Grayling's a naughty boy. But listen, mate, you on the radio, you've got maybe 1 million people listening to you, and I've been listening to you. You've got me worried and going out, and there's no flipping beans and bread. What do you want me to do about it now?
Well, that was richly comic. I'm not sure whether he meant it to be like that or not, but I think I'll bow out there.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
I do apologise about that whole baked bean issue. Was he serious or not?
He sounded quite serious on the phone.
Oh, right, okay. But he was he sounded that way when he was talking to you before he talked to me.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Well, I've never been so chastised. I really, really apologise about that whole baked beans situation. I take full responsibility. Steve says, I know you're terrible at self-promotion, but when's that next podcast out? And also your book including the 2018 A to Z list. Oh, I'm glad you asked, Steve. Because I took a break. See, I did 16 shows over the course, like 16 shows in a row over the course of Christmas. So I took this week to relax because I was tired.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
But I'm going to be back working next week. I mean, this doesn't count as work. This is just talking. But I'll be doing a podcast next week, and the book, well, I should get it out next week as well. Should isn't would. Should isn't would. That makes no sense. Should isn't done. I've been thrown by that whole baked bean issue. At Tesco's, you say? No baked beans? It's a blooming disgrace. By which I mean I am. And there's no bread either, and that's my fault as well. I should go into a corner and think about what I've done, and I should take this with me. So the book is coming out. If you follow me on Twitter and Facebook, then I will point you in the right direction. The A to Z list is complete. That is done, finished, and I'm very pleased that it's probably the most complete and extensive list that we've ever done. And I've been doing this a good long number of years now. It's a snapshot of what we just went the catastrophic clown show that was 2018. And it's all there, and it will be in the back of the the book of columns that I've got coming out very, very shortly. You're quite right, it should have been out already, but I'll stick it up the internet and you'll be able to buy it in paperback or ebook form in order to save the environment. Groovy. And the podcast will be out next week as well, the new one. The old ones are still up there, by the way. You can find them if you have an Apple device. You'll find them on our app. It still doesn't work on the other one, does it?
Say again, sir.
It still doesn't work on the other thing, does it? The Android.
Not that I've seen.
No, I don't think it does. I wonder if we know in the building that that's the case, because everybody's Apple here. But if you just do an internet search on it, then it will become apparent and evident right before your eyes. Right, never mind about all that. Here's a call in Lowestoft. Joe.
Oh, good evening, Nick.
Joe.
Yeah, my priceless Brexit moment today was finding out about the Henley rating, the rate passports.
The what?
No, before it's called an Henley rating. The rate, the value of a passport. Like, you know, Afghanistan is way down the list. You know, we're further up the list.
Yes.
How good it rates here on how good you can travel around, get jobs, and freedom movement, all that. Yeah.
And what's it called again?
It's called the Henley rating.
Spell it.
Henley.
Yeah.
Rating.
Yeah, but spell Henley.
H.
Oh, H. Right. So there is an H in there, is there?
Yeah. It's me. I'm a Salford boy from living in Lowestoft.
The Henley rating.
Henley rating.
Yes. And where do we feature? Around about Mauritania, I would imagine.
Joint sixth. Before the referendum, we were first.
Wow.
First.
Really?
Yes, but the thing is now, at least our passports are blue.
Made in France.
Yeah.
That's actually true. They're going to be made in France, but you know, at least we'll have our true blue passports back.
And they're not worth as much as the old ones.
No, well,
no.
But nobody wants to use them because you know that would be going somewhere foreign as opposed to enjoying our traditional British rainy summer.
Skegness.
Yeah. Oh boy. Skegness.
In November.
Skeggy. Yes. Something to look forward to. Thanks a lot, Joe. 0345 6060 973. So we used to be first, and now we're glorious sixth. We are. We used to be number one with a bullet, and now we are sixth without. Let's have Camberley. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I am great, mate.
Nick, I just wanted to say, everything's always your fault. No, it's not at all. I think you do a brilliant show, and I think a lot of people call in and they're negative and they blame you for one thing or another, and I completely disagree with everything.
Yeah.
You are just one person.
It is, in fact, James O'Brien's fault.
Well, I think you're brilliant. I was listening to you yesterday from 10 till 1, and I remember the man telling you to shut up, and it just I don't understand it. There's so many people that want to just have a go and blame someone for something, and because you're the voice of reason,
yes,
they want to blame you.
That is right. That was a sound effect, by the way. The person who told me to shut up.
Oh, shut up!
That wasn't a real person.
I don't actually know many people personally that listen to LB6. Like one guy called Wayne, and he's always moaning and everything,
whinging and whining and moaning.
Stop whining.
And I just tell him, just be happy and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Brexit's going to happen whether we like it or not. Things are going to happen whether we like it or not. In 15 years, are we really going to remember? Probably be a bit of history, and we'll talk about it.
Oh, history?
Boring.
No thanks. I'll wait till it comes out on video. I'm certainly not going to read a book about it. That's the benefit of living through it, Joe. We don't have to read about it.
You could write a second book, and it could be about Brexit.
Mate, I've written about 6.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I've written more books than I've read.
Well, I just want to say, enjoy your evening. You do a great show. Someone's got to do it. It's not easy talking for how many hours you've got to do about the same subject over again and still make it interesting and still get people to phone in and sort of not kick off, but sort of get a bit wound up, because that makes entertainment, and that's your job, and that's what you're good at.
Wow, thanks a lot, Joe. Another satisfied customer. Steve says, oh no, I've read that. This tweet says, public servants at the House of Halfwits taking democracy from the 17.4 million majority, shameful. Discussion to close the old relic down commences. To close Parliament. Well, that way we can get more democracy. Thank goodness we'll have our country back, out from underneath the thumb of the evil, unelected, undemocratic European overlords, and we can enjoy being a dictatorship. Hurrah! Ricardo in Swansea says, why isn't this mouse working? No, he doesn't say that. I'm saying that. He says, there are no courgettes in Sainsbury's. Well, once again, I apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
That's ruined quite a few people's Saturday evening meal. No baked beans and no courgettes. What you could have made with that combination doesn't bear thinking about. Well, what else is my fault? The mind fair boggles.
He's a good person.
Well, as long as you ignore that whole courgette and bean issue, there's that whole situation over there. Jim says, panic in the streets and it's all down to you. Your first caller who couldn't get any beans. I've got an old can to spare if he wants. It's past its sell-by date, but he sounded as if he was too. Anyway, Jim says the offer is there.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Jim. I'll pass it on. This would be like Swap Shop. He can give us some of his ire, and you can give him some of your tasty comestibles. Darlington, hello, Clive. Is there anybody out there?
Hello, Nick, sorry.
Yes, Clive.
Right, I'd just like to wonder why
that
the government have turned round and said that they might think about holding a second referendum and what have you.
Have they?
When we were all told
the government
at the beginning.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Mrs M's set her face against it. And that is a considerable
mainly
face.
her cabinet that turned round and asking for it and shouting for it.
Like whirling dervishes.
When mainly we
screwing
were
themselves
told by
into the ground,
David
they're
Cameron.
turning around so quick. What?
When mainly we were turned round and told by David Cameron that when we voted, it would only mean one of two things.
Yes.
We're either in or we were out. And there'd be no further referendums, there'd be no messing about, we'd be out if we voted out.
David Cameron said that.
I think this is nonsense.
How's that?
What? How's that? How's that? What, are we playing cricket now?
No. How do you see it being nonsense?
I didn't say it. Nothing to do with me.
Leading up to the referendum,
yes,
David Cameron and a number of others kept going on with Remain, even sending out them leaflets.
Right.
Right.
So, what's your
Turn
objection?
around and saying,
all these people turning around. It's like they're like spinning tops out there. So, what's your objection to a second referendum? I know I'm a bit off mic at the moment.
Well, my objection to the second referendum.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, my objection to the second referendum is we were told what we were looking at. If you'd actually sat down and watched the politics over the 2 weeks before we went to vote.
No, thanks.
We knew what we were voting for.
No, you didn't.
We knew.
No, you didn't. Did you predict what we...
Yes, we did.
No, you didn't. Did you predict the situation that we have at the moment? That two and a half years later, they'd still be discussing the terms of our exit.
The situation at the moment is being caused by blooming Remainers turning around and demanding and that we stay in, that we have this, we have that.
That has nothing to do with Remainers. Remainers aren't running the show. Leavers are running the show. What are you talking about, Clive?
How is Leavers running the show?
Well, you know, the Prime Minister is...
demanding the second referendum and all the rest of it. We should be out altogether.
Right. What the government is trying to do is to prevent extreme damage happening to our economy.
Our economy has gone up since we voted out.
Up?
Yes.
By what measure has it gone up?
Look at the FTSE and what have you. That has gone up.
Really?
The pound has gone up.
Right. I think
euro.
I think you're wrong in both cases, but 0 out of 2 ain't bad.
0 out of 2. Right. Well, all you have to do is just look for yourself.
Oh, well, I'll do that. Leave it with me. He's giving me homework now. Oh, sir, it's Saturday. Jane in Liverpool says there is a plan B. He's a very good entertainer and a rapper. He's got my vote. I think that's probably a young person's thing. Plan B. Never heard of him.
Rock and roll!
Pippa in Wiltshire says, not many parsnips in Waitrose either. Oh, God, when will I learn? Damn it! Nick says, no new potatoes in M&S today. Colin says, no watermelons in Waitrose tonight. Is that your fault? Yes. Yes, Colin, it is. This text says, I've just been to Sainsbury's in Tower Bridge, no courgettes too. Hashtag blame Abbott. Hashtag Nazis are coming.
Oh,
no. I promise to refund every single person's travel and to double the price of whatever it is that was not on the shelves. And I will write you all a personal cheque. This offer not available. Please read the terms and conditions. Always read the label. Chris says the absolute disrespect for the democratic process and the will of the 17.4 million voters. I'm enunciating more loudly to denote capital letters. Like he's shouting at me. So Chris says the absolute disrespect for the democratic process and the will of 17.4 million voters is breathtaking and extremely dangerous for our democracy. 3 exclamation marks. What, just 3? Well, that doesn't sound very dangerous. Write me back when you can, we can put 4 at the end of it. Then I'll take you seriously. Let's have a call in Muswell Hill. Hello, Michael.
Oh, hi, Nick. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Grayling. It was an interview or an article where he said, the danger is if Brexiteers don't get their way, they could all end up joining right-wing racist groups.
Yeah, they could get angry.
Well, exactly. And they are angry because several of them have been ringing up LBC and saying, if we don't get our way, we're going to be out in the streets rioting.
Because that's the democratic way, yeah.
Well, it seems to me what they're essentially saying is, if you scratch the surface of a Brexiteer, we're all essentially racist. That's their line of argument. So treat us well.
I don't know where the racist part comes. I mean, if you scratch anybody's surface, you will find what you may describe as racism underneath, but it's just a survival mechanism. But let's just gloss over that. But I don't think becoming a Nazi and rioting in the streets is indicative of racism, is it?
Well, I mean, the current...
I know they were, but...
Well, the current position...
They were also smart. That doesn't mean to say that they're all going to become smart.
That's true, but the Brexiteers seem to have 2 positions. One is they're really, really sensitive to democracy and parliamentary...
Well, as long as they get their way, they are.
Well, exactly, on the one hand, and on the other hand, we're being threatened that actually, if we don't get our way, we're going to join the right-wing parties and start rioting in the streets.
So maybe I've got it right, that it's not the rioting part that attracts them, it's the clothes. Perhaps they're just going to wear spiffy black shirts and epaulets. You'd look fantastic in a pair of epaulets, Michael.
Oh, that's very good. That's very kind of you, Nick. That's very kind. But as I say, the Brexiteers, they can't have it both ways. They're either so committed to democracy that even if things get tough, they have to remain committed to democracy and not start threatening that if they don't get their particular way, they're all going to start rising and joining right-wing parties.
Yeah. Well, don't try to engage them in reasoned debate, Michael. We're at the level of screaming at each other now. I think you've got the wrong end of the stick entirely. But the best of luck. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, Chris Grayling has said we're all going to be up to our eyeballs in Nazis if we don't, if they don't get their way. You know, it's not Project Fear or anything. It's just it's an actual fact. That's what he's saying. It's one of those true facts that you've heard a lot about. Cheltenham. Hello, Nick.
Oh, hello. I'm really sorry to give you a big disappointment about the blue passports.
Yes. Not another one. More disappointment? I don't think I can stand it.
No, I'm holding my father's passport, issued in 1971. And it's absolutely jet black. Mm-hmm. It's not blue at all. It's not even dark blue. It's completely black.
Well, I can remember they were blue, because that's the old stiff ones, right? They're like a hardback book.
Very stiff, yeah. 1971.
But they were blue, though, weren't they?
No, absolutely black. Not even dark blue. But I've got two pieces of good news for you about we can solve the deadlock in Brexit.
We can?
Two easy ways.
Yes.
The most dignified and calm way.
Let's just gloss over. Let's forget that one.
That's to have a penalty shootout with Dominic Grieve in goal for Remain.
Yes.
And Jacob Rees-Mogg in goal for Leave.
Well, I would like to. I would pay a small amount of money to see that. To see Jacob Rees-Mogg in a pair of shorts. Who doesn't want to see that?
And whoever scores the most penalty wins.
Well, whoever can actually kick a football would win.
Yeah. So if that's a tie, they'd have to have a tiebreaker, which I think could be a game of elephant polo, like you had in the opening scene of Carry On Up the Khyber. Do you remember that film?
Mustafa P. Was that film? Mustafa Camel.
No.
There is actually a guy called Mustafa Camel.
Oh, well, I can't remember that, but...
I think that's maybe the wrong... It was one of those carry-on films, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so game of elephant polo, and if you don't want to be cruel to elephants, you could have sort of a pantomime horse. You could have a pantomime...
Oh, no, I think we should stick with being cruel to elephants. I mean, that's not a controversial thing to say, is it?
Yeah, so those are the two easiest ways to resolve this.
Right, well, you should have called 2.5 years ago, Nick. Where have you been? All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. So, Labour voters want a second referendum by a large margin. Really? Really? No. Can we just get in a time machine and go back 2.5 years and deal with put David Cameron in his shed? If only we'd put David Cameron in his shed 2.5 years ago, or 3 years ago would have been a better idea, then I think we'd be in a better position right now. Here's a call in Nottingham. Hello, Sally.
Hello, Nick.
Sally.
Now, I decided that I wanted to have my house done up, having built it 60 years ago, so you can tell what age group I'm in.
Yes.
I'm one of Jeremy Clarkson's coffin dodgers. No, I'll forgive him because I love motorsport. But
motorsport? You don't like motorsport, do you?
I was the first lady course marshal at the British Grand Prix in 1956.
What's a course marshal?
They wear orange overalls these days, and you see them leap over barriers when there's a crash. Sterling Moss blew his car up and left it in my charge. Anyway, to talk about English products, I wanted a lot for my kitchen and utility room and heating and so literally everything but the bricks. But could I get British? You think that Hoover is British, but having been a scientist, I found that a lot of it is manufactured abroad, but
Isn't
it's
Hoover-
only assembled here.
Isn't Hoover American?
Well, I don't know, but you know. And,
Or am I just thinking that because of the dam?
You know, I know, but it's so hard. I mean, even tiles. Had the most delightful Albanian owner of a company here, bringing granite tops in. Tiles are the same. They're Italian or Sicilian.
Yeah. You can get Welsh slate, if that's of any interest. That's true.
It's late now. My Welsh slate's gone off my fireplace.
But you'll find it's very expensive. It's much cheaper to get Chinese slate, I believe. The Hoover is American.
Well, it was the chappie I talked to prior to being put on air.
Yes.
He said, I think Hoover... He didn't say American.
Right.
Anyway.
He's an idiot. Don't pay any attention to him.
Oh, no. Don't be that. You'll be lost without your support. Not totally, no.
I suppose so. I wouldn't have anybody to answer the phone.
I can remember, because I've fortunately got a very good memory, of where, can we say, Ted Heath, and we were all told to buy British. I can remember having a Union Jack stuck onto my purse and wallet.
That was probably made in Japan, Sally.
Very likely. But it is so hard. Everybody's moaning about jobs, but who's going to finance the setup of jobs here?
We don't make nothing here no more.
We don't.
That we own.
Everything's gone.
Everything has gone.
Ah. Well, I'm glad I bought mine, and I hope the guarantees are good.
I mean, is there a single car company that started out British that is actually still British anymore? I don't think there's a single one that exists. Does Morgan still exist?
Because that used to be made fairly locally to us. I don't know.
Because Aston Martin isn't British anymore, is it?
No.
I can't think of any.
What about Rolls Royce? No, I mean, that's low.
German?
Yeah, I had to sign official secret act.
Why is that? Why is that? You can't tell us.
It's so long ago now, it doesn't matter, yes.
Well.
Because my firm was Elastic Yarns and Fine Wires, and I did the first tests in secret.
For what?
To bring Lycra and elastane.
Really?
Yeah.
That's down to you, is it?
Well, yeah.
Well, thank
My
you,
boss
Sally.
said, can you keep a secret?
Apparently not.
I have something in common, you might say, with practically every person that I meet or pass in the street.
Yeah, I would like to personally thank you for my elasticated waistband, Sally, without which I wouldn't have got through Christmas.
That's lovely.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. The Official Secret Act, the government was sponsoring Rolls-Royce engines, and they were using a very, very, very fine copper wire, which had to be enamel coated, and they needed a test that could be done on it.
Right, well, but you better not tell us any more.
Well, no, it's long gone.
Well, I don't think that makes any difference, does it?
Well, no.
I signed the Official Secrets Act too.
You did.
I did.
You did.
I did.
But you're not telling me because it's secret.
Well, I can tell you that part, but I can't tell you anything else.
Well, no, I said give me two of the experimental fitters, and I'll.
Are you still telling us? You're still telling us, aren't you? Official secrets.
Oh no.
Oh my God, Sally, we're all going to jail.
Well, I think they get better treated in jail these days.
Well, I think they're closing the jails down, aren't they? They're letting all the prisoners go and closing the jails down because that will teach them.
No.
Anyway,
it doesn't answer my question.
What's your question?
What happened to industry?
Oh.
In this country.
Right. Well, leave it with me, Sally, and I will have a detailed.
You'll find out.
Report on your desk first thing in the morning.
Very good,
all right.
sir.
Thanks a lot, Sally. Cheers, my dear. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your elastic. Without which, most of the people in this country wouldn't be able to squeeze into their clothes. I'm not saying we're fat, but we're fat. I'm still eating mince pies. Mmm, so yummy. In fact, I went out and bought more in the sale, and more Christmas pudding as well, which is a big mistake. Huge. But it lasts so long. You look at the best before date on Christmas pudding, and it's it just says forever. For the rest of your life, it'll be just fine. Let's go with Colorado Springs. Hello, Diana.
Hello, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Diana.
Okay, I thought I would inform you. Maybe it's because, I'm in Colorado, but I can get all your podcasts on my Android.
Really?
Yeah, I'm looking at Why Does Trump Call Kayaks? Reasons to be Cheerful, A Very Good Show, and they're all listed.
No, those
I have an Android.
Yes, those are my shows.
Okay, but it comes under the podcast when I pull it up.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I went into had the kids put it on as a podcast.
Yes.
And that's what comes up as a podcast.
Well, wait while I check. 1 moment, please, caller.
I'm in Colorado, so I can't, got to have a brownie.
It's not obligatory, Diana. Just because it's legal, you don't have to get stoned.
Want to score some pot?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, see, now it doesn't come up on mine. So you must have some sort of special... Are you sure you're not just seeing things?
No, I've been here too long. I don't hallucinate, dear.
Now, why on earth would you live in Colorado Springs when you could live in Boulder?
Because when I moved here, it seemed to be a good plan, but we're so conservative here, I'd happily move to Boulder if we could afford it.
It's a conservative place, Colorado Springs, is it?
Oh, Colorado Springs is terrible.
Is it?
I mean, well, when I say terrible, if you're liberal, it's terrible, and if you're conservative, it's wonderful. I mean,
Really?
we probably have more churches and more conservative people.
Oh.
They all. This is the only county that voted for Trump.
Oh, my God. Get out of there, Diana, while you still can.
And so, I work in the medical field. When people come in and say how wonderful it is, it takes I pass across a sarcastic British comment, so they never get it. But it's really so.
Well, at least you have. At least you have access to a lot of heavy-duty pharmaceuticals, Diana. That'll get you through it.
Yeah, that's true. So, but it's a pretty city. That's the one thing I can say for it. It's very pretty. We look at the mountains, but the rest of it. Oh, well.
Okay, well, that's Denver for you. I mean, not Denver, that's Colorado. It's an absolutely beautiful place.
That's why my kids all live in Denver.
Denver, yes. Okay, all right, thanks a lot.
They all went to the university in Boulder.
Right. Well, Boulder is the place that people may be familiar with it because it's the setting for Mork and Mindy.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, Mork and Mindy was set in Boulder, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I remember Mork and Mindy, but I didn't know. Oh, well, yes, and that's, I say anywhere north and south of Colorado Springs.
Just somewhere other than where you're living is great.
Yes,
yeah.
That's right.
Okay, thanks a lot, Diana.
Enjoy your show immensely. Carry on, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, ta-da. 0345 6060 973. So, Colorado Springs, it's a lovely place. Just don't stop there. Just keep driving. John says, I don't believe anything that Chris Grayling says. So far he's failed in every job he's held, so why start believing him now? Don't start believing like Journey didn't sing. And I'm still, by the way, really annoyed that all those drippy TV glee bands, or whatever it was, that they ruined that song. Don't Stop Believing by Journey. What a great track that is.
Rock and roll!
Let's get Loving, Touching, Squeezing on by Journey right now. We got that lined up? I'll take that as a no. You haven't done one single thing I've asked so far this evening. I bet you haven't even got the best of Boston. Useless. D says, just a gentle reminder to wave your arms and walk about before your lights go out. Yeah, thank you. So what were they singing? Anna Soubry is a Nazi. La 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 la. Oh my God, what the hell is wrong with people? That's going to be the topic from now until the end of time. What the hell is wrong with people? This text says, the politicians and the public need to have more faith in the ability of this country to stand on its own 2 feet and embrace a no-deal WTO Brexit. All capital letters, 3 exclamation marks. I'll assume that you have no idea what you're talking about. I think that's probably a safe bet, don't you think?
Yes.
What is you want to embrace a no-deal WTO Brexit, and how do you think that's going to work out for us? I'm asking an inanimate object. If only he'd called in. I'll assume that it's a he. Cannock, hello, Michael.
How do you do?
Michael.
Yes, hello.
Yes, sir.
You know your initial stands for not applicable.
Not applicable, yeah, that is correct, yeah. Mm-hmm. Or not available, as in baked beans and courgettes.
You're always available. I always get you if I want to chat with you. Somebody called on wanted to know where's industry gone.
Yes.
Margaret Thatcher got rid of industry by getting rid of all the workers to curtail the unions.
I think you pronounced her name wrong. I think it's pronounced Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, Thatcher as in Thatcher in a cottage. And the other ones took over it a bit as well. We've got no industry in this country.
Well, that's not entirely true, Michael.
It got a bit. You've not got what we used to have.
I think industry makes up something of the... I'm just going to guess. It's about 15% of our economy, something like that, there or thereabouts.
Yeah, before that, it probably made up 75%.
Well, now you're just plucking numbers out of the air, which is the correct method for passing on information. Just make it up.
I worked at a factory.
Oh, yes.
Oh, part of Leyland, and there was 40,000 on nights and 10,000 on days.
And 100,000 on strike.
There's another 10 or 15 factories like that with the same amount of people working.
Or not working, as the case may be, yes.
No, they got that all wrong. You have to work there to find out what was going on. And what was going on was that the management come down and stopwatched you on a machine, and when you had done your night's work or day's work, the machine shut off. And it shut off. If you got your head down and got the work done, it had shut off maybe an hour before the end of your shift. Now, you couldn't leave the factory, so people used to sit round playing cards or having a game of darts. And then it come on, they're playing darts and they're doing cards. What they're supposed to do, the management had put them on a machine, they timed them, and they couldn't do no more work because the machine switched off when you got your quota in.
Right. But the problem with Leyland was that the cars were rubbish, wasn't it?
No, they wasn't rubbish. I had a modest 1,000 van. I'd done 100,000 miles on it, and never had any trouble with it at all. And I sold it for £25 less than what I paid for it originally. Now, so when people say the cars were no good, no, nothing. Well, I mean, you could say Leyland, Ford, or foreign cars were all on the same par, really.
Who made? Well, that's not true. Who made the Hillman Imp?
The Hillman Imp.
Hillman Imp.
Yeah, that wasn't no good either, was it?
Well, who made it? Was that you? Are you responsible for that, Michael?
What, the Hillman Imp?
Yes.
No, I'm not that rich.
What? That had to be the cheapest car in the country. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I remember one of them. We had one in Germany, and we put some avgas in it. It went down the road at about 100 miles an hour and blew up.
Yeah, that sounds like the Hillman Imp.
They couldn't go over 60, could they?
Well, off a cliff with a tailwind. Yeah, they couldn't have done that. No.
Yeah. No, but the question was, where's all the industry gone?
Yes.
I mean, Birmingham, where I grew up, used to be known as a city of 1,000 trades.
Well, it used to be known as a city of 1,000 chimneys. Not listening to a blind word I'm saying. Yeah, but why would anybody want to keep those jobs? I mean, let those jobs go. We should be doing better, higher paid jobs than the dirty fingernail banging, crashing jobs.
Yeah, but you lose the point. Them sort of jobs, that we did years ago, you had pride in your work because you got an
No,
end.
you lost me there, Michael. Pride in your work, Leyland.
Yeah, because you had an end product. You produced something at the end. You could say, part of my job.
Yes, that pile of junk there, I'm responsible for that, you could say.
You know what my claim to fame was?
No. No, as a matter of fact, I don't.
I used to work for Metropolitan Camel, and I made the lamp holder that they used to have them red lamps on the front of the trains.
Is that your claim to fame?
Yeah.
Right. Never heard of you.
Well, you have a look at the Royal Scotsman. You'll see my lamp holder on there.
I won't. I refuse to do that. That sounds like homework. I will not. But anyway, thanks a lot, Michael. Thank you for your service. All of those jobs are about to go. They're all about to be taken over by robots.
Correct.
What's coming? People don't seem to have any understanding of what is about to happen to not just this country, but every country on Earth. And it's about to happen really, really quickly. We're all dithering about, mucking about with this tiny thing called Brexit. Meanwhile, a tsunami wave of change is coming, and we're not even paying attention. We don't even see it coming yet. The government's not doing anything at all about it for two reasons. First of all, they're utterly consumed by this Brexit nonsense. And second, they've got no idea what to do about it. It's going to happen so fast, it'll make the Industrial Revolution look like a picnic. I could do the picnic right now. You bring the blanket, I'll bring the ants. How does that sound? 0345 6060 973. Let's have Sheffield. Hello, Paul.
Good evening, Nick.
Good evening, Paul. Thanks for making your call.
Show. Oh, thank you. It was just to reflect on a point the lady, I think it's about 3 calls ago made, in relation to what do we make now, what can we sell, and what can we be proud of.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking to the gentleman answer the phone, and I just
not really a gentleman, but anyway.
No, I'm not going to say that. But I reflected upon the fact that probably I'm coming up to 58 now. So
58 years old. Yeah. You made it.
Thank you very much. But when I was about 17, apprentice electrician, we all had motorcycles, and they were all Japanese.
Yeah.
And a few lads who were older than me, they could afford English bikes. And
Triumphs and Nortons.
Yes, Nortons, absolutely. And my friend, in actual fact, he bought a brand new Triumph from a place in Sheffield called Leather and Simpson, and it was a lot of money.
Just as long as it isn't those ridiculous Harley Davidsons, which make a sound like the earth being pulled apart. How can anybody sit on anything that loud without dying of shame?
I think it's all about. They're not really on about a bike, or they're on about an image, like the It 50.
Yeah, well, the image it presents to me is one of a jackass. I mean, I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but
no,
that's what they look like to me.
I would kind of agree with you, Nick, to be honest with you. But the point I made to your colleague is that at that particular time, the Japanese bikes were considered to be a bit of a joke. They were fast, they had electric starts, and that's what sold them.
Yeah.
Now, Italy had a similar. They had a problem. They could see the fact that the Japanese superbikes were going to be flooding into Italy.
Ducati.
They've got to look after Ducati, Laverda, Motor Guzzi, Benelli. And what they did is they said, yeah, okay, you can have a Japanese superbike if you wish. However, the import duty is going to be so prohibitive that it's going to make it almost twice the price of the equivalent Ducati, Benelli, Laverda, that's another one.
Yeah.
And somehow, by doing that, now we still see Ducatis in MotoGP. They've actually ridden the storm, whereas I was looking at Tony Benn, he was going around Meridian at the time, and he was watching these old chaps, and they were putting hand-painted, like, gold stripes on a Triumph tank. And you just thought, I can see what's happening now, and I've seen it for a long time, And now every other bike on the road, well, every bike on the road, I would suggest, is now Japanese. And I think it's just our failure to act. And I think...
Well, the problem with that, the problem with putting a tax on Japanese bikes, Paul, is that Japan would then put a tax on the Italians' bikes, and Japan is a bigger market. It's a richer country, so it doesn't necessarily work out. 'Cause if you put a tax on someone, on someone's products, then that country is going to react in kind. I mean, just look at what's happened with Donald Trump and China.
Yes, I'll take your point, Nick, but then a counter-argument might be to say then, how come we have our motorcycle industry is being decimated, and we see all Japanese bikes on the road? You go to Italy, you see Ducatis, you see scooters, albeit you don't see a lot of Japanese.
Well, it probably isn't. I don't know, but I would doubt that it would be that way because of tariffs that they put on their products, because they wouldn't be able to sell their products to a bigger, richer country. So that wouldn't make any sense. So it must be some other reason. I mean, you could ask, why don't we make cars anymore? And it's all Germans and the Japanese. Sure. That's not because of tariffs. It's just because we decided as a country, or it was decided for us, more accurately, that we don't want to do any of those jobs anymore. We want everyone to work in a bank. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Thatcher.
Would you think, though, Nick, that breathing space, that like it forced the Italians to, and the government as well, because they started pumping money in. We were pumping it in, and it were dead and gone, to be honest with you. But it gives them that many years extra. It's like a breathing space.
Well, it depends. I mean, our market is quite small compared to. I mean, I don't know what the market for motorbikes, if that's the specific thing we're talking about, but more generally. When you start putting tariffs on things, then you're going down a very dodgy route, because other countries will put tariffs on your goods, and if you are dependent on those countries for exports, then that will decimate your industry. Anyway, Paul, I've got to leave it there because I'm past.
Talk to me.
Yes, I'm listening, Shirley, in Birmingham. You can talk to me.
Oh, hi, Nick. Everyone's worried about a no-deal Brexit, but somebody phoned up the radio, I think it was an MP, and he said, if you're on WTO rules, you can ask for 10 months grace.
Grace?
Yeah. So the rules you're working on that's custom to you keep, and you don't use their rules for 10 months. Rather like, like the show Homes Under the Hammer, you go to buy a house at an auction. If you don't have enough money, you can ask the bank for a bridging loan until you get the money.
Really? I haven't seen that show. So you go in and buy a house, and instead of buying a house, you buy a bridge. That doesn't seem like a very good deal.
And Richard Branson did it as well. He's...
I don't think Richard Branson needs a bridging loan to buy a house.
No. He had Virgin Records, and, he's very maverick and go better.
Yeah, he wears a beard and a jumper. To work, if you can believe that.
He was offered Necker, Necker Island in the faraway Caribbean somewhere.
Yeah.
And,
why anybody would want to live there is just beyond me. I mean, it's the middle of nowhere. Have you seen it?
He had a fire that he managed to overcome. But he had no money. Well, not enough.
Well,
so
probably not. I reckon he had plenty. But anyway.
He got a loan until Virgin was sold. Well, Virgin Records was sold, and then he paid for it.
Huh. Was that wise?
Yeah, because he got the island.
I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah.
But what's that got to do with Brexit?
Yes, I think...
This country needs a bridging loan. Is that what you're saying? Oh, my God, it's worse than we thought.
So people, if they speak to WTO people, they'll have a period of grace, and they don't have to jump straight in.
Oi, can you get the WTO people on the phone? We need to ask them a question. Apparently they're not answering, Shirley. We'll keep trying.
Yeah, my worry with Brexit is I don't think people really want it. I think that's the problem. So they're dodging around trying to stay in.
I don't think most of the people want to. I think now that we have an inkling of what it is that's about to befall us and what has happened to us already, I seriously don't think that most of the people in this country think we're going in the right direction. But we aren't being led by most of the people in this country anymore. We're being led by whoever shouts the loudest, because, you know, that's democracy, apparently.
Yeah, but there are problems in Europe. I don't know how you'd square that circle, like a European army. And
that sounds like a good idea to me. We can't afford our own army. That is absolutely true. We can't afford blooming anything in this country. How do we have the nerve to try to pretend that we're still a major fighting force on the world stage?
And also you've got, letting people in without a visa under free movement. That's a legitimate problem. Not perhaps for the middle class, but for the white working class, it's a genuine problem.
Well, listen, Shirley, like I said before, you want to see a genuine problem? Stick around for 5 years. Everyone's about to get fired. Not just the middle class. Not just the working class, but the middle class too. You want to see a problem? Just wait.
Yeah, and also the ordinary folk, like say the white working class, they've got universal credit coming, which is going to strangle them. And
I thought that the idea was the opposite of that. I thought it was to set you free,
like being thrown in a shark's tank.
I think that was what on the heading of that's the phrase that they used to sell it. Work makes you free. I think that was on the top of the leaflet. I may have that wrong.
Yeah, so if the government's creating a society where the white working class are not going to function, how are they bringing in people from Europe? How are they going to function poor? You know, they're all not going to work, are they?
Well, when we all get fired by robots, which is going to happen very quickly. Correct. I mean, more quickly than people actually realise. It will start happening. It started happening now, but it will really ramp up speed. And within about 10 years, I don't think you will recognise our work force. That's not the right phrase, but our work environment. It will be unrecognisable, certainly in 15 years, I think, and in 20 years, between a third and half the population won't have a job anymore. I mean, what's about to happen is absolutely revolutionary, such that no revolution like it has ever happened. It's going to be faster than the Industrial Revolution. It's going to be faster than the movement from the countryside to the towns. It's going to be like a whirlwind going through the entire planet at the same time. Everyone is about to be in fear of their jobs, and not just dirty fingernails, banging, crashing, manual labour types, but people who, if you interact with a computer for your job, your computer is quite likely going to fire you.
Affirmative.
Yeah, do you think we're going to avoid the vote Tuesday? Could she postpone it? Or?
Oh, God, I don't know. I don't know. I think most people, given a choice of more of this or just whatever deal she's got, want that deal. I think that's my guess. But as I said, we're not being run by most people anymore. We're being run by whoever is who can scream the loudest.
Yeah, it is tough, but whatever way, we're screwed, aren't we, really?
Well, that's a nice positive way to end. Thanks a lot, Shirley. This text says there is a British car company. It's called Bristol. Oh, right. They're still going, are they? They have, or certainly had, many years ago when I used to live in the... Actually, it was when this station used to be in... wherever that place was, in the middle of nowhere, sort of north of Shepherd's Bush. And I used to drive by it. It used to be on the corner of Marylebone Road, whatever it's called. I never saw a single person in that showroom ever, but I'm sure that they make excellent products. Anyway, the text says there is a British car company. It's called Bristol. They refused to sell Clarkson a car because he slagged them off. Then they refused to sell James May one because he's a friend of Clarkson's. I thought that it was they refused to let him test drive one. Why would he want to buy one? I think that show's coming back soon, isn't it? I'm pleased about that because it is like spending time with your mates. Baz says, British cars built in the 1970s were rubbish, so why the hell would anyone want to buy British when we leave the EU? He says, my dad bought a top-of-the-range Vanden Plas in... Oh, hang on a minute, I'm going to cough. Well, it wasn't a cough exactly, but it was the result of drinking too much coffee too quickly.
Disgusting.
Exactly. Anyway, where was I? He says, my dad bought a top-of-the-range Vanden Plas in 1978 with a velour interior and a shag pile carpet. He would have been better off buying a colander, as every time it rained, water would come through the floor pan. What's a Vanden Plas? I mean, I recognise the name, but I can't remember who was responsible for it. Yeah, British manufacturing was a byword for rubbish. That's why we don't buy it anymore. I mean, it's not Margaret Thatcher had a deal to do with it because 80% of our economy is now services, which unfortunately is the most easily movable thing. You know, not shops and so on, but shops are dying, so that part's is under threat, and hotels are going to be having enormous trouble, as restaurants are at the moment, and cafes and so on. So there's that part of the services sector is dying as it is. But if you are one of the financial finaglers, and you can just put your entire workspace in a suitcase, hop on a plane and open it, and you're in business in Frankfurt or wherever. But I guess it didn't occur to Mrs. Thatcher at the time. Nor did she really care, because nobody's really interested in the long term. Short-termism is what we're about. That's what the human race is all about, short-termism. And that's what will do for us, as I keep explaining over and over again. We are at the infant developmental age of about 3 months. We know what we want, and we want it right now. Yeah, but it is our fault that British, that we don't make anything anymore, because we stopped buying our stuff. I guess it's not the consumer's fault, it's the fault of the people that made it and that designed it, because other countries just design and make better stuff than we do. You know, there was Braun in the 1970s, which revolutionised radios and shavers and watches and, electronics of all types. Such that if you put a lot of the Braun products from the 1970s next to Apple products from a few years ago, you'll find that they look pretty much exactly the blooming same in a lot of cases. I'm not saying they ripped them off, but very similar. Ron says, it's still there, the Bristol showroom in Kensington. However, they only build 12 hand-built cars per year. Doesn't really count in the great scheme of things. Not really, no. It ain't Ford, that's for sure. Simon says, do you think if they arrest Donald Trump, they will have to get some special handcuffs? With those tiny hands, because normal ones will be useless.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah, I think so, yeah. You are so guilty, Donny. Just present yourself to the local law enforcement. Make it easy on yourself. Chertsey, hello, Tony.
I don't think. Has he got tiny hands? I hadn't noticed.
Very, very small. Weirdly small, yeah.
Oh. Oh, strange. Right, probably goes with his other weirdly small part.
Yeah, shaped like a mushroom, right. I heard.
Oh, right, yeah. Nick, are you responsible for the run on parsnips, then?
Yes, I am. Parsnips, courgettes, beans, you name it.
Wow.
By the way, that first call, if you missed that first call, I'm going to put that call on my podcast. I'm going to do a new podcast this week. I'm going to stick that call on it.
Yeah, I shall have to listen to that. What about the Mini, though, Nick? What's wrong with the Mini?
It got fat, just like the people that, drive it. Yeah.
No, I'm talking of the original.
Oh, the original Mini.
Alex in Asigonis.
Have you seen one lately? Have you seen an original Mini lately?
Yeah.
It's so bizarrely small. It looks like you could wear it on your finger as a ring. It's tiny.
We had what was the actual record for the number of people that went in?
Amazing that you could get one person in. You probably couldn't get two, or people, average people these days in one of those old minis.
Yeah, I regularly had 5 in mine.
Really?
Yeah, but you could tell that there was 5 in it, though. But once I got a 1275 engine, then things were quite good.
Yeah, flying along, I bet.
Yeah. And what about your car? Because I think you've had it for some time. We don't know what it is. I don't think you ever said what it is.
No, it's old.
But, right, and it goes well, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it still goes, and I'm hanging on to it in order to protect the environment.
Yowza.
I'm doing my bit to save the planet.
Well done, Nick.
Yes.
What about that problem that you had where the radio went off, or when you put the back windscreen heater on?
Well, what I've decided to do is keep the radio on and just drive blind.
Well, that'll work.
Yeah, just hit the accelerator really hard and hope for the best. That's my plan.
I think that's what a lot of people do anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, to more serious things then. This upcoming revolution that we're already in.
Oh yeah.
Now
there's a revolution.
Yeah.
Well, Tony, you say you want a revolution. Well,
we're in it.
We all want to change the world.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's changing anyway.
You tell me that it's evolution.
Well, yes, I suppose it is really. Probably have to sort of trace carefully.
We all want to change the world.
Happening.
But when you talk about destruction, don't you know that you can count me out?
Oh yeah, I know on the eve of destruction.
Don't you know it's gonna be all right?
Everything is all right. That's right. Yeah. Don't worry.
They say you've got a real solution.
What, me? You're just going through lyrics, aren't you?
Yes.
I hate that when people do that, and I don't know the songs. But are you talking about Barry Maguire and the?
No, you say you want a revolution.
Oh yeah, got it now. Yeah. Oh well, pretty good. You're a DJ then, or were you a DJ then?
Yes.
Yes, pretty good. Yeah, twisting those old platters. And I have actually down my shed a megaphone which I bought at a car boot sale from a DJ, and he used to use it to pick out people in the audience.
I don't think we need to know the rest of that story.
Abuse at them. Why not? Well, I don't think he hurled abuse at them, but he used it to comedic effect.
I think old DJ and the word abuse, you do not want to put that in the same sentence.
Oh, right, yes.
Uh-oh.
Warning.
Yeah, right, yeah. Yes. Well, there we go. But one thing I would like to ask on a serious note, Nick, about this up-and-coming revolution that we are already in, the world will be taken over.
Oh, the IT revolution. Right, yes.
Are you worried?
Well, I suppose so. I mean, if you sit down and think about what's about to happen, it's going to happen really quickly. I mean, there's a fella in Japan. He's like one of the world's experts in artificial intelligence. He said it's going to be in 5, 10, 15 years tops. Our entire the entire work environment is going to change utterly and completely, and people just can't see it coming, and the government is doing absolutely nothing about it, which, in my opinion, is treasonous behaviour. They're mucking about with this blooming Brexit thing as though it is the most important thing in the world. But any deal that they get, and any trade deal that they get, it's just going to be blown out of the water by this absolutely revolutionary thing that's about to happen, that no deal is going to be able to mitigate the effects of. But what is going to happen to us is unbelievable. But we know it's coming, and yet everybody's just ignoring it as though it's not actually going to happen to us.
I don't think that government will be able to do much about it anyway.
No,
I think
nothing at all.
It transcends government.
The only thing but what people say over and over again is, oh well, people will be able to retrain. Yeah, no, they won't. I've met people. They can't retrain. If someone's been doing the same job for 30 years, screwing a widget into a grommet, then they're not going to be able to retrain as computer software programmers, are they? I mean, it's just ridiculous. Of course not.
It's unlikely. That's right. But what about if there is just no need for jobs at all? Then what are the changes that would be the result of that?
Well, there's a fella called Yang, or I only I've come across him once, and I watched a little speech that he gave. He's announced his candidacy for President of the United States of America. He's a Democrat, and he was talking about, he's a scientist and a mathematician and so on, so he's way too bright to be the President of the United States of America.
You are going to love President Trump.
Because that bar has been set at a different height now. But he was saying essentially what is, and it's not an original thought because this has been tried. I think they tried it in Finland, didn't they? And they dallied over it in Switzerland, I think. But we're going to have to pay people a universal basic income, and it would probably be easiest to just pay everybody the same amount, a minimum amount that everybody can receive, whether or not they're doing any work. Because once you start with, like the universal credit thing, once you start making rules about, well, if you earn this much, then we'll take 50% off here, and it just becomes a nightmare. So forget all that, save all the money. It's probably going to cost you the same amount if you just give everybody the money. The problem with that, though, is there is an element of shame about giving people government benefits. The government benefits come with an element of shame, and that would be lacking in this system. And I think people would cling on to that shaming element really hard, both the government and people who are working, and the usual furious types who are angry about everything. Well, they're sitting around and doing blooming nothing. Those people. But I think for the benefit of all of us, we're going to have to give people enough money to be economically active, not just to survive, but to actually take part in our economy. Because otherwise, what the hell? We could make things until we're blue in the face, but there wouldn't be anybody out there to buy them.
No, that's right. So what we can do is lead a peaceful existence and pursue the artistic side of things, or the creative side of things.
You're funny.
Well, no, I think it will lead to money not being needed anymore. I really do think that will happen, with a few nudges, as
a peaceful, artistic existence. No, I see more like riots and mayhem. If I had to choose between the two, I'm going to go with riots and mayhem. But thanks a lot, Tony. Always think positively. Session says, I heard you made fresh pizza over Christmas. I'm trying that tomorrow, but can never get the fresh base right. Please share your recipe, if edible. Yes. Well, I'm not an expert, but I think that honey is an element that you might want to investigate. A little bit of sugar in there, I think, makes it a little bit crispy. Other than that, I can't help you, because I don't actually, I'm not a base expert. This text says, the report every year that it will be the coldest winter or hottest summer. This year they got summer right, but if you say it every year, you're bound to get it right eventually. That is correct. And Teresa says, the beast from the east, it didn't hit until March last year. Something to look forward to.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, winter hasn't really started yet, has it? It's very mild out. I bet I bet it's way above zero this week. One moment, please. Just checking for you while you wait. See? Minimum 5 degrees. 10 tomorrow, the high, 11. And on Monday, 9. My app's frozen. It's frozen. Oh, it's the only thing that's freezing about here. Everything else is above zero. 6, 7, 5, 6, 6. See? Easy. piece of cake. To the end of the month, it's still 5 degrees and 1 the low. I mean, 1 is pretty cold, but it's blooming January. What do you expect? Of course, listeners in Glasgow will get their own weather. Raining tonight and raining tomorrow, and cloudy on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and wow, sunny on Thursday. I don't believe it. And then cloudy and cloudy and raining. But you will get sun on Thursday. For the benefit of people who live in Glasgow, that will be the big bright thing in the sky. Don't look directly at it.
Depressed about?
Oh, dear, where do I even begin? Mary says, there would seem to be a real market opportunity for yellow vests. We could start producing them. Mary, you hire the factory, you hire the workers, you get all the materials in, you do the marketing, find a retail outlet, and we'll split it 50-50. How does that sound? Let's have Seven Oaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi. You were saying that Chris Grayling said that Leavers would all be very angry if Theresa May's deal was rejected, and that resulted in us remaining. But his colleague Dominic Raab would prefer to remain than to leave with Theresa May's deal. And he was a Leaver, he voted Leave. So is Chris Grayling being incompetent, or is he not deliberately lying about this?
What, is it deliberately lying about we're going to be up to our eyeballs in Nazis?
Well, I mean, that's a prediction. So, yeah. I mean, it may be ridiculous, but I'm not sure you can call a prediction a lie. But I mean, presumably he does know Dominic Raab. I mean, he was the Brexit secretary in the Conservative government. So.
I don't know. Is anybody actually speaking to each other in the cabinet?
Yeah, but I mean, the final step in the change of a law is always a vote between the old law and the new proposal, which has to be specific enough to become a new law.
Yeah, the final goose step, yes.
To make sure that you're not replacing a more popular law with a less popular law, you need to have that vote.
Yeah, I've heard this argument before. So what you're going to say is that we need a second referendum in order to, etc.
Well, what I'm saying is that the normal, the normal procedure is to have that vote, which
but there's nothing
could
normal.
be a referendum or it could be a vote in Parliament. But
yes.
the point is that's the normal procedure. It's not an additional procedure.
But there's nothing normal going on here, Mark.
But but people are invoking the argument that to have such a vote would be undemocratic when it is the normal democratic procedure to do just that.
Yeah, but aren't they going to vote on Tuesday, assuming that she gets up the nerve to actually put it to the test?
Sure, but the stage before the one I said was to decide what your new proposal will be.
Oh well, why waste time in deciding what the proposal will be? Let's just go straight to the voting.
No, well, in the case of a normal legal procedure, a normal law changing procedure,
yeah, there you go with the normal again.
Well, but people are complaining that to have another vote on the matter would be abnormal, whereas it wouldn't. It would be normal.
Stop complaining, people.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
No, that would be the normal procedure.
Yeah.
First of all, you have to decide which Brexit proposal is the most favoured, which is what the vote about Theresa May's proposal will be related to. But what I'm saying is, after you've decided which is the best Brexit proposal, you then need to have a vote between that and Remain.
Well, yeah, but
I mean that's the normal procedure for legislation, and these people are arguing that it would be that would be abnormal, effectively, aren't they? I mean, they're not complaining. They're not complaining that it will be undemocratic because it's normal. They're complaining it's undemocratic because it's abnormal. Well, they've got it the wrong way round, haven't they?
I suppose, yes, what you say is has an element of truth in it, but there's nothing normal happening here anymore. I mean, I'll tell you how not normal we're the position we find ourselves in. 2.5 years after the vote, it took us that long to get one deal that nobody likes, that the government is fairly sure won't get through, and they have no plan B. Nobody actually thought to think up what happens when it doesn't get through. Given that, nobody in their right mind really wants us to crash out with no deal at all, apart from the few fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras who appear to be completely, out of their minds, as in like that. But it's just astonishing what's going on at the moment.
It is. I mean, I can understand people thinking that voting it through to the end like this will not necessarily be the most helpful thing. But the solution in that case is that we need to be rather pragmatic about it and realise that we need to do things differently, and with the time scale in question, that would necessitate revoking Article 50. But then we could. Well, the point is that one of the main planks of Brexiting we could start work on even when we're a member of the EU, which is sensible, because that's the longest part, the trade deal issue.
No, they said you can't organise a trade or discuss a trade deal with us before you've left. Leave first, then organise a trade deal.
Yeah, I understand that, but we could discuss trade deals with other people.
I mean, I don't have any confidence in us getting a trade deal with anybody at all, ever. I mean, it's taken us 2.5 years to get to this point, to get a deal that nobody likes.
Sure, but I mean, if we were to try to do that, then we would find out whether we could do it, wouldn't we? We wouldn't be speculating. We'd actually have deals to look at.
Yeah, I'm assuming that the answer is no. But anyway, Mark, fingers crossed and all the best. I'm sure it'll be fine. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, if you've come in late, Chris Grayling said that if we don't. If our elected representatives don't vote for Mrs. M's deal, then there's going to be Nazis marching up your driveway, or words to that effect. Nothing to worry about. Mary says, oh no, I've read that. Tom says, have you seen the new Michael Moore film about Trump? It's the scariest thing I've seen in years. No, I have not. Is that out? Is he saying that Donald Trump is not a nice person?
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
We know that already. You are guilty in so many ways, Donnie. Just admit. The FBI. It was reported that the FBI opened an investigation to determine whether Donald Trump was a secret Russian agent in the days after he fired the FBI director James Comey. Secret? He's never done anything secret in his life. The nature of him as a con man is he tells you to your face that he is conning you, and then he cons you. But you can't believe that somebody who is conning you is telling you to your face that he is conning you, so you just assume that he isn't. I am totally picking your pocket right now, and you think, oh, this must be part of a gag, and he just takes your wallet and walks away with it. He stood in front of a crowd of poorly educated people and said,
I love the poorly educated.
I love the poorly educated. He's telling them to their face, and still they're cheering for him. He's never done a secret thing in his life. I mean, he's already told us that his business was disproportionately reliant on Russian money. You don't have to check through the books. He's told you that. Vancouver. Hello, Nick.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Nick.
I wanted to take you to task for blaming Margaret Thatcher for the death of British manufacturing.
Oh, yes.
Because I think that's a dangerous trope to sell to the Brexiteers, unfortunately. I think if you tell them that it was all Thatcher and the union's fault, and they failed to realise that it really wasn't. British industry was dying in the 50s and 60s. I mean, by the time Thatcher got in, it was pretty much a done deal. And it was because of just terribly short-sighted management, which Britain is utterly sort of riven by.
Yeah, still to this day, we have very poor management by and large, and very, very poor, as a consequence, very poor productivity. I mean, really, really bad.
Yes, and it's not a coincidence that Britain has no major tech company at all. I mean, if you look at the sort of the top one, the top 10 companies in the world, they're Chinese, they're American, Korean, and they're all tech companies that have only been around for 40 or 50 years.
I'll tell you what we're really good at. We're really good at inventing things. By which I mean the sort of art of a product. We're good at imagining it and bringing it to life. But then the actual the bit that follows that, the manufacturing and the selling of it and the marketing and exactly. We're absolutely abysmal at it, which is why we don't hardly make anything anymore.
And the reason for that, and this is my opinion, but the reason for that is our class system. We defer to people with fairly mediocre sort of abilities that come from sort of 8 generations of a particular family that have run a particular county or shire.
Do aristos
they have no particular talent whatsoever?
Well, I agreed, but apart from the bit about them still running the show, do aristocrats really still run? I mean, I know that they are imbued with a sense of, oh god, the lights have just gone out. With a sense of their own, their position in the world, which is to rule and to run things. I know they're absolutely riven with self-belief, way above and beyond any justification. But do they actually still run stuff?
I think they do. I mean, Rees-Mogg would be the obvious example of that. The only reason that he's the MP for North Somerset is because 400 years ago, the Reeses and the Moggs got married and created this sort of scion of landed gentry that have dominated North Somerset ever since. His son, or his grandson, or maybe his granddaughter, horror of horrors, will probably also be an MP for North Somerset at some point in time in the future.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're a Rees-Mogg, and we will vote for the Rees-Moggs if we live in North Somerset, because they're so posh and they've looked after us for hundreds of years.
Yeah, they gave us a pudding at Christmas. God bless you, Your Majesty.
Yes.
Nick, I'm going to have to go. But sadly, I took you just before the news, and I'm going to have to go. But call me at some other point. All right. Thanks for that. Your Majesty? That's a bit strong, isn't it? There's nothing magisterial about him, apart from his...
He is a very sick and dangerous man.
Yeah, Donald Trump is a very sick and dangerous man. Here's how stupid Donald Trump is. He picked a fight with the security services. Like, all of them. The FBI and the CIA and the I can't remember whatever the rest of them are called, but picking a fight with those people, how idiotic is that?
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
You stupid, stupid man. You rub them up the wrong way. Of course they're going to investigate you, you idiot. Here's what Donald Trump's got in moments of quiet contemplation. This is the noise he hears between his ears.
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
0345 6060 973. And he keeps going on and on and on about this blooming wall. You're not going to be building a wall, Donny.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
It's going to be a fence, sometimes nothing at all, just like a line in the ground. It's going to be the best line ever. Everybody says so. People are calling me from all over saying what a fantastic line it's going to be. Just to protect you from the Mexicans who are murderers and rapists, and some of them are nice people, I suppose. Whereas the people that you should, if you're in America, the people that you should actually be concerned about are the white people living next door to you. White supremacists are much more likely to kill you than anybody that's coming up to mow your lawn from Mexico, for crying out loud. And he's going on about that address that he gave the people about, what if it was your family who were killed? Terrible, we need a wall. I don't recall Donald Trump being very supportive of the families that were killed in this many school shootings and other mass shootings that have happened on his watch. The first thing, and pretty much the only thing that he said about it, apart from, we should all, thoughts and prayers. Yeah, sure. I think if he actually did communicate with God, he would explode on the spot. The first and only thing he's ever said is whatever the National Rifle Association told him to say, which is always, and you could look up Fox News and all of these talking heads, they all say the same thing. It's too early to talk about gun control. Yeah, we just got 20 dead children in school, but we don't talk about gun control because we want to show respect. It's too early to talk about gun control, he said. He is such a phony, and it's just frightening that we are leaving liberal Europe and heading towards Trump's America. That's where we're going. That is the direction of our travel. I think somebody needs to wrest the steering wheel away from the current driver. Or give her a sat-nav. Malcolm says 3 very small British car manufacturers, TVR, Caterham Cars and Morgan. The only car where you check the chassis for woodworm instead of rust. Are any of those cars still being made? Because TVR, wasn't that the little car that used to come in like sparkling purple? The oddest colours. Didn't TVR have a showroom at Chiswick Roundabout? Wasn't that the company that was bought by a teenager from Russia? It was all very strange. They had this showroom when there didn't seem to be any way to actually get to it. You just zipped by it at 50 miles an hour past Chiswick Roundabout, and you spied it out the corner of your eye, and it just appeared out of nowhere. You thought, blimey, what's that? And then almost as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared. So I don't know if they still make them anymore, or any of those. Of course, we make Jaguar Land Rovers, but not for very much longer. They've been moving their production to somewhere where that's more productive and cheaper to make them. But it has nothing to do with Brexit, apart from it having everything to do with Brexit. Cannock, Mel.
Hi, Nick.
Mel.
How are you, mate?
Great, mate.
Right, I've come up with an answer for this Brexit thing. We should have a referendum on whether we need a referendum. And then if they a referendum on whether we need a referendum or an election. And then if they want another referendum, then we can have a referendum on the referendum. Can you see where I'm coming from?
Finally, somebody's making sense.
Yeah. Don't you think that's a great idea?
I think that if we had a vote every day, which would only apply to the following 24 hours, then we'd be getting somewhere.
So, I don't know. I think I'm not sure what they're going to do Tuesday, to be honest. I mean, you've got all them people that want to stay in, and you've got all them people that want to come out in Parliament. Why don't they just have a football match, and the winner takes the honours? If the Remainers win, we remain, and if the Brexiteers win, we leave.
Can you imagine any of those people actually playing football?
I'd love to see if we can Hillary Benn playing football.
I think we can allow that, can we?
I think we can allow. Hillary Benn playing football would be something to watch.
Never mind about Hillary Benn. I want to see Jacob Rees-Mogg in a pair of shorts.
Jacob Rees-Mogg, yeah, losing glasses.
Can you imagine? It'd be like 2 twiglets and a pair of glasses stomping up the field.
Yeah, you just think back to when this was first mentioned that we were going to have a referendum. I thought, well, I'll probably vote to leave.
Based on no information of any kind whatsoever. You just thought it up. Like, okay, why not?
Well, yeah.
Let's have a change for giggles.
About it, yeah.
How's that working out, by the way?
Fabulous.
But I thought, but I mean, I did think Remain would win.
The amount of times I've heard that, the amount of times that I've heard people say, I voted out, but I didn't mean it.
No, I didn't mean it. you know, I was quite satisfied. I mean, I want to go into a time machine and go back to the 60s. I think the music was better.
Well, let's say the 70s. Because I don't think that people were really enjoying the 60s like they are pretending that they were. I think that a few people were. I mean, if you were Twiggy, for instance, or you were that photographer, what's his name?
I was just leaving school, to be honest.
What's that photographer's name? I never actually thought he was any good. I mean, I'm sure that it's just my eye, but...
I mean, married Princess Margaret?
No, the other one, the Cockney, the working class lad. I've never seen a picture of his that I actually liked or thought was any good. But, you know, that's just because I don't know what I'm talking about on this or any other issue.
Correct.
But if you were those two people, I'm sure you were having a fantastic time in the 60s. But I don't think anybody else was. I think the 60s felt pretty much like the 50s in this country to most people.
Well, I just left school. I mean, I left in 65. So, you know, I was still quite young.
And what have you done? What have you done with yourself, Mel?
I worked all my life, my friend. I'm retired now.
Oh, there you go.
But I was a toolmaker.
Well, we appreciate...
I was actually a skilled person.
We appreciate your efforts.
Thank you! I used to make car parts.
It's your fault. Were you working on the Hillman Imp?
Well, actually, I drove one of them once. But my favourite car was a Cortina Mark IIe. That was my best and favourite car.
Well, my favourite car from when I was growing up was the Rover TC2000, which I stand by as one of the best-looking cars of all time.
That's the one that he uses in a detective drove one of them in one of the detective programs.
No doubt. I don't know.
There was.
Wasn't Batman, I know that.
The only car I ever really got stopped in all the blooming time was a Capri that had been, you know, when you do them up, wide wheels and...
Yeah, well, it serves you right.
Yeah, I got stopped so many times.
Well, there you go.
By the place, and all I want to do is look at the car.
Probably not, Mel.
I'm absolutely right.
I bet they wanted to investigate the person driving it more.
Well, I did get stopped once because I got a big dog and he used to sit on the front seat. And I come around this island, went past this panda car, and my dog, something for some unknown reason, decided to look at something under the dash. And I think the copper thought I got someone in the car, you see, and it ducked down quick. Mm-hmm. When he stopped me, it was the bleeding dog.
Guilty!
Yeah, but it was quite funny.
All right. Okay, yeah, well, they got cameras to catch you out now, Mel. They got cameras to catch you out when you're smoking and cameras to catch you out when you're eating and on the phone and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, it was so much fun to drive cars without tax. And you can't do it now.
Yes, you can. Oh, yes, you can. You just hope that you don't get caught, that's all.
Are you trying to tell me that this is your act?
Sadly, this is all I've got. Ragwin says, I had mushrooms growing out the carpet of my Ford Cortina.
Groovy.
Really? What kind of mushrooms, Ragwin? Andy says the original Mini looks small alongside today's cars because we have increased in size and cars have also had to increase in size so we can get inside them. That's true, but also the many and various EU safety regulations, because they come over here, save our lives. Why can't they mind their own business? It makes me so angry. His call in Sanderstead. Hello, Mark.
Hello, mate. Is it Mr. Abbott, the Remainer?
Yes, sir.
Hello, mate.
I think it's pronounced Ramona.
Remainer, yeah, Ramona, whatever you want to call it. What I picked up this evening was you're on about these robots taking over a majority of the jobs.
Robots will take over the majority of the jobs.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, it is.
So what we want all these people here for? 200,000 or 300,000 a year?
Well, they won't come anymore. When there ain't no jobs no more, they won't come no more. If you don't build them, they won't come.
Here, then?
Huh?
The 10 million that's already here.
10 million?
Yeah, from abroad, yeah.
10 million?
9.4 million, actually.
10 million people have come over here?
Yeah.
Well, we should push them all back out to sea. Let them drown.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Well, what would you do?
It's daunting what you said about the robots, so I can't get that round my head.
What is about to happen to... it's not just this country, it's everywhere on Earth where it'll happen all at the same time. what bosses of companies will be presented with is something that is cheap, works 24 hours a day, never asks for any money or holidays, never has a intimate relations with the office junior.
Disgusting.
Or any of that stuff. And they never whine and they never complain and they just work. And they will say, would you like this or do you want to continue dealing with your staff? And the bosses of those companies will say, everyone's fired.
Right, so the queues down the Dole office then will be about 50 mile long, won't they?
What we're going to have to do is come to terms with this universal basic income. But I don't think... I very much...
leave anything in control of the government here, are you?
What?
I hope you're not going to leave anything in control of the government.
Oh, well...
They can't do a thing.
No, I know. It's they've actually had to bring in the army.
I'm not talking about Brexit, I'm talking about the whole issue of what they do.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more.
Oh, good. So it's quite interesting listening to your programme, though.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mark. 0345 6060 973. It's interesting. Interesting as in alarming? Is that what you mean? Well, we heard on the news the military have been drafted into all government departments to deal with the disruption. That's where we're at. God, what a way to run a country, eh? No, it is, but we're going to have to get our heads around this universal basic income, and we're going to have to tax tech companies specifically because those are the ones that seem to be able to avoid paying taxes. Multinational tech corporations are going to have to be taxed. Countries are going to have to band together in order to put up a united front against these companies, because otherwise they'll just be able to pick and choose and pick one country, pit them off against another. Unfortunately, that will probably not happen for a variety of reasons. One, we're going to be hawking ourselves as a tax haven, like a cheap prostitute on the world stage when we have exited the European Union. That seems undeniable. I mean, Mrs. M's already threatened that, hasn't she? It ain't going to be no threat. That's what we're going to be doing for a living. We're going to be a tax haven. So that's great. So we will be the architect of the demise of that plan to tax Google and Amazon and Facebook and all of those companies that don't even exist, that haven't even been invented yet, are going to be taking over the world and ruining and upending institutions and businesses and industries that we have been relying on for decades, if not centuries. It'll all get swept away, just as the high street is being swept away now. All of the money that used to flow virtuously around the high streets is just disappeared. It's just been drained out of the economy. It's sitting in some empty room in an office block, which apparently has 100,000 businesses there, and nobody ever goes into. In the Bahamas or somewhere else that's got a blooming Union flag flying on the top of the building. So there's that problem, but there's also, like I said before, there's the element of shame that comes with, and punishment that comes with benefits. And I think we're, particularly governments, particularly right-wing governments, are a bit addicted to that. I don't think they will have it in them to just give the money out. If we could actually tax these tech companies and repatriate the money that has been drained out of our economy and spread it about, instead of just giving it to the 1% and expecting it to trickle down. There ain't no such thing as trickle-down economics.
Absolutely.
Even George W. Bush would say so now. If you threatened him with violence. Just spread it about a bit. You know, act like the countries where there is a less disproportionate sharing out of the national income. The always perfect Scandinavian countries. The share of the national income is less disproportionately spread about, with the result that they are happier. And that's what life's all about, isn't it? Life's not about getting stuff. Life's not about getting the new blooming iPhone or getting a satellite dish stuck on the end of your house or getting a new pair of shoes or all of that sort of keeping up stuff. That's just rats on a treadmill, that is. Drop out. Be happy. Because you get to the end of your life, I mean, it's just actually, I don't want to bring everybody down, but if you think about what life is, it's a little bit off kilter, really, with what we actually want out of this one go-around. I mean, you don't get another try. This isn't a rehearsal. This is it. And what most people do is they get up at the crack of dawn, hours before they actually want to. Every fibre in their being wants to stay under the duvet, and they stumble around, and maybe they get breakfast and maybe they don't. They rush out of the house and they cram themselves into a bus or a train. They go to a work that they hate doing for people that don't appreciate them and doesn't pay enough. And they watch the clock and watch the clock and watch the clock, and finally they're released and they go home and they're so exhausted they go to sleep. I mean, gee, and you do that for 50 years. And then you get to retire, and the moment you do that, you die. God. And people want to protect that? No. I say the unions are right, and the people that are pushing this idea of a universal basic income are right. If everyone is about, not everybody will be fired, but some people say 30%, some people say 50%. It's a hell of a lot. You will never have seen so many unemployed people in the history of the world, ever. In uncharted territory now. It's a tsunami wave of change that is coming. If we just raise our eyes above Brexit, you can see it on the horizon, heading this way at enormous speed, and no one's doing a blind thing about it. Because we're all concentrating on the minutiae of extricating ourselves from the European Union. That ain't going to be like that. That's going to be nothing compared to what's coming our way. So yeah, we're going to have to get over the shame part of just being gifted money by the government, because otherwise, who's going to buy stuff anymore? The economy will just die. Shops will close, and not just as they are now. I mean, all of them. Restaurants will close, cafes will shut, whole towns will become desolate. Unless we all have an amount of money that gets us economically active. If the government gives you £1,000 or £2,000 a month, it gives everybody £2,000 a month, then we can go out, we can buy a new pair of shoes, which will mean that shoe manufacturers will stay in business. And we can go to a restaurant, which means they will stay in business, and they can employ washing staff and serving staff, and they will buy meat from the local butcher, and it just goes around and around. It's not like the government will give you $2,000 and you go spend it on cocaine and prostitutes. That's not what people will do. They'll spend it in a virtuous way, even without thinking about it. You go to the supermarket and you buy stuff. You buy clothes, you buy a new car, and all that good stuff. Because if they don't do that, if government, and I suspect that they will, I suspect that governments will be very resistant to it, because it goes against the grain of everything that they stand for, particularly a conservative government. Work. We want to push you into work. Well, if you ain't got no work, what are you going to do then? You're going to have to get over this shaming element of government money, this sort of punishment element that comes with it. I can't think of any other way around it. And there's this fella, I think his second name is Yang. He's an Asian American who's quietly announced his candidacy for the President of the United States of America. He's going to be one of about 50 people who are all competing for the top job over there. And he said some really smart things. I think you'll find it on YouTube. But nobody's going to pay the slightest bit of attention, because we're all, everybody's just concentrating on what's in front of their face rather than what's coming at them over the horizon. I mean, we've known about this for years now. Has the government done one single blind thing about it? No. I mean, have they retrained people that are used to work in banging, crashing industries, the dirty fingernail business? Of course not. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do if you spent your entire life welding bits of stuff together? Now you're going to be a yoga teacher? Entire generations of people aren't going to know what work is. I mean, perhaps in 20 20 years or 30 years, our educational system will have got the idea that what they're teaching people isn't actually relevant to the jobs market, such as it is. And it's entirely possible also that new jobs that we can't even imagine now will come into being. But what is absolutely true is people aren't being trained to do those jobs. Not even close. So we need to start paying attention to futurologists, because the future is now. It's happening right now. And nobody's doing a thing about it, because we're sending the military into government departments because they're expecting panic on the streets come crashing out of the EU. Struth. Which, when you think about it, is actually treasonous behaviour on the part of the government. They are not acting in our best interests. Short-termism. They're, as usual, the people that we have charged with running the country have got their fingers crossed, hoping that it doesn't all go pear-shaped while they're still in power. Yeah, as long as they collect their golden goodbye, by which I mean get elevated to the upper house, which they can then use their fancy title to turn into money by lending their names to shady organisations and businesses. As long as they can get that first, secure their pension, they'll be all right, Jack. Just as long as it doesn't all go explode and burst into flames and flip upside down and sink while they're in power. But the problem with that is usually the catastrophe that they were expecting is 30, 40 years away. Now it's 3 or 4 years away. Having said that, I'm sure it'll be just fine.
Hi, honey. How are you?
I'm super. Thanks for asking. Lynn says, I have a car which sounds a bit like yours. If the radio's on and someone opens the back driver's side door, the radio goes off and it has to be reset. I can reset it about 10 times, but after that I have to take it to an auto electrician and he has to do something with the wiring. Happy days. Well, just weld the door shut and get people to come in the window. Simple. Croydon, hello, Simon.
Yes, hello there, Nick.
Hello there, Simon.
Hello there again. Yes, first, before I say what I've run up to, I have an apology to make. Normally, I would love to ring someone really important connected by cable, but tonight I'm on a mobile phone.
Oh, no.
So I hope... Yeah, I know, exactly, and I hope you can hear me okay.
Well, you're coming through in fits and starts. Go ahead.
Oh, dear. Yes, well, I'll do my best. If it gets a problem, then never mind. I just wondered, I heard earlier on this evening... I heard somebody bringing up the subjects of our favourite politician, that nice Mr. Grayling.
Oh, yes. Chris.
Yes, yeah, and that's the one, yes. And I just wondered if someone has realised the hypocrisy that's actually involved in what he actually said. I think it must have been yesterday or the day before, when he said that... if we didn't have Brexit, there would be hordes and mobs of angry right-wing people rioting on the streets.
Yeah, Nazi stormtroopers coming up your driveway.
Nazi stormtroopers. Mm-hmm. Now, I just wonder, I just think about this one now a minute.
Oh, no.
What if for example...
Sounds like something controversial is on the way.
I'm going to say something very controversial. Just imagine if he'd said, now hang on, there's lots of ISIS terrorists
yes.
that want to that insist that this country invokes Sharia law, and we will have to celebrate Ramadan, and otherwise there'll be lots of rioting. Therefore, we've got to do this. Can you imagine what the Daily Mail might say to that?
Yeah, they would say what? All words to that effect.
Exactly. So, I mean, haven't people just twigged, the extraordinary irony of these kinds of,
is this called, are you sticking up for Nazis? Is that what this call is about?
I'm just trying to point out the hypocrisy of our politicians. I mean, obviously, clearly, he's just trying to scare the...
Well, not really. I mean,
the snowflakes.
We do actually have... I mean, there has been reported groups of far right-wing people who are disseminating what you might call neo-Nazi opinions. He ain't made it up. I've seen them on the news.
That's right, yeah, absolutely. But what's he saying now? That we have to kowtow to these people and, and all go with Theresa May's wonderful deal.
Well, I don't think it's a stretch, really. I don't think it's much of a stretch, because we seem to be run now by whoever shouts the loudest, so it's not that much of a stretch.
Yeah, well, right, okay. Well, as I say, there's lots of other kinds of organisations. I mean, whenever we have things like various kind of terrorism going on, people they're all screaming and shouting, "We're British, we can't possibly give way to these people. We have to stand firm, and we have to continue, the way British people do."
Hurrah!
Now, all of a sudden, we've got to all vote for Theresa May's deal because a few people with yellow vests, about 10 of them, are stopping the traffic on Westminster Bridge. I mean, come on. I mean, let's be just a little bit sensible.
And can we be absolutely sure that they're not just road workers? Because they do look like road workers. Maybe they're just doing us a favour.
But there is another serious side to this. I actually do think that all those people, and I'm one of those, that I'm actually not just a Remainer. I'm actually passionate about Europe. I think it's a fantastic thing to be part of. We've actually got to start being a little bit tougher now, because the trouble with being liberals, we all love harmony, we love getting on with people, and the trouble is the right wing, they're the ones that really do
shout the loudest.
A lot of shouting the loudest. And I do actually hope that we have a second referendum, because I'm going to be out on the streets with a megaphone, and I'm going to be really, really getting very serious about it, because we just can't let this happen again.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll see you down the forest and we'll hug a tree together. How does that sound?
Yowza.
Thanks a lot, Simon. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Just don't wear socks with those sandals. Mal says, I suggest that it would be better suited for our people to think, and indeed more correct to think, that if May's EU deal is turned down, then we are actually moving into not a no-deal situation, but more so a we leave at the end of March and then start coming up with a New Deal situation. We are all being brainwashed and looking at this no-deal false crash-out scenario with a stupid implanted Armageddon mentality. God, there's a lot there, wasn't there? I read it, but my mind switched off about halfway through, and I started thinking about pussycats. It says, okay, so we could just leave and then organise a deal afterwards. Yeah, but what happens in the meantime? I mean, it's 2.5 years to get to this point. So we just Parliament doesn't agree. We crash out on or leave cleanly on the 29th and go straight to WTO rules, and then hope to get a deal afterwards in another 2.5 years. I mean, there's no evidence to suggest that the people that are running this country have the ability to come to any kind of agreement in a shorter period of time than that. And in the meantime, our car industry will up sticks and leave. Our agriculture business will die on its face. They're talking about mass slaughter of sheep. The agriculture business won't be able to sell anything on WTO rules. They'll all immediately expire. We don't buy enough of our own stuff. The fishing people, I don't know what the WTO rules are on fish, but we don't catch the kind of fish that we like in our waters. It's all mackerel. Mackerel!
Disgusting.
We sell that to Europe. The concept of going out with no deal at all and going straight to WTO, I don't think people have got any idea what that actually means. I mean, the small amount of industry that we do have is machines. It's high-tech stuff. It's cars and, related things like that. Planes and such like. The fella that runs Jaguar was talking about this. And he was echoing, well, I'll tell you exactly what he said if you want. The Jaguar Land Rover has been moving its production to Eastern Europe. Now, they've been doing it for a couple of reasons. One is that they got a bit of state aid, not a lot, but a bit of state aid from which Eastern European country? Slovakia. And certain fundamentalist Brexiteer ultras have been bellyaching about that, but it's a bit rich for us to seek to protect, for instance, the banks that have been operating in Britain from a tiny transaction tax, which is what Europe wanted to do, which would go some way to paying back the vast amount of money that they continue to cost the world for the bank's greed and duplicity. And it's a bit rich for us to allow multinational companies that earn billions and billions to pay whatever they want in tax, including zero, including we owe them money, which we allow in order to persuade them to stick with us. And then we complain that a much poorer country does the exact same thing, persuade a company with a small loan or a small inducement to go and locate over there. I mean, £110 million ain't nothing to Jaguar Land Rover. They make that over the course of 2 days, I would imagine. So Jaguar Land Rover are axing 4,500 British jobs, and the Brexiteer ultras are keen to point out that it has nothing to do with Brexit. But in other news, the man running the company says that it does. But, you know, he's only the chief executive officer, so what does he know? He said his factories in the UK produce 3,000 cars a day, using 25 million components, which go in and out of the country during that process, and he doesn't know whether his factories are going to be able to operate on the day after we leave, because all their stuff might get held up at the border, and it will all be dependent on some official. So he's got no certainty about anything anymore. And if things get held up, even for an hour, it's going to cost him £60 million a day. So of course he's going to look elsewhere. If he didn't, then he deserves to get fired. He's got to think about the company first. That's his job. He said the company is dependent on just-in-time manufacturing, as are all car companies that base themselves here, and manufacturers of all types these days. And any friction at the border puts his plants in jeopardy. I mean, it's an Indian company run by a German. Are they supposed to suck it up for the benefit of the British? We're deluded if we think that. What planet are these Brexit headbangers on? The man running Jaguar said a hard Brexit will cost his company £1.2 billion a year. So of course they're going to look elsewhere. All of the car companies will. He said unfettered access to the single market with no delays at borders is as important to his business as wheels are to cars. And that's the same for Honda and Nissan and BMW and Toyota and every company that works the same way. These are people that actually run businesses that we depend on, and they're all saying that we shouldn't leave without a deal. They'd prefer it if we didn't leave at all. And the proof is on the jobs that are already drifting away. Jaguar Land Rover alone employs 40,000 people in this country directly. Indirectly, 250,000 households, not people, households, are dependent on the success of that company. We can't afford to lose them. And yet we seem to be throwing them away as casually as we would have used Kleenex. And a response from the fundamentalist ultras used to be that these car companies wouldn't allow the EU to put restrictions on us. BMW and the like would twist their arm and get them to give us free access. Well, how's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
So you add the higher costs of producing cars here and our famously low productivity rate, which is actually really poor, and is, we were talking about that earlier on, is probably a lot to do with our substandard management in this country. And people are going to start looking to leave. I mean, it's happened already. If you were running a company, it would be your duty to look elsewhere. Because for 2.5 years, you've had no idea what's going on. You couldn't plan for the future. You can't plan to invest here. You haven't been able to do that with any certainty for 2.5 years. Well, companies can't just stand still and wait. They have to plan for the future. And so they planned to go to a place where they can be certain about what's going to happen. Of course they will. And it's not going to happen. It's happened already. Companies have put off investing here and have invested elsewhere, just in case. Those decisions won't get undone. All that money's gone. But on the plus side, there's a guy who runs pubs and some oily characters with connections to the Russians and a bloke who's upped sticks and moved to Monaco, who are in for Brexit. And even, by the way, that bloke who did apparently move to Monaco, Britain's richest man, even he is not in favour of crashing out without a deal. But, you know, Jacob Rees-Mogg says we'll be perfectly fine, so I guess he knows best. That is my pledge to you, a Brexit-free podcast. I'll record it sometime this week. If you follow me on Twitter or Facebook, then I will point you in the right direction. But it will be about 20, 30 minutes, something like that, of no Brexit. Zero. Not a jot. Let's have a call in Guildford. Hello, Steve.
Hiya. I just wanted to say that I voted out the EU, but the only reason I voted out was because of the big red bus.
Well, it was a very attractive bus.
It was, but it's all them millions or billions of pounds even that are meant to be going to the EU. I mean, meant to be going to the NHS, and it didn't, did it?
Well, we're not out yet, so it is possible, but unlikely.
Yeah, very unlikely. I think we was all conned, and I bet I weren't the only one.
Yeah, I think we've been, this entire country has been duped. Yeah, you're probably right about that.
Indeed. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
Okay, well, it sounds like you said it. Good man. Thanks a lot, Steve. There you go. You see, there's a fellow who knows when he's fresh out of material. Excellent work. Ruth says May has two choices only: to go for another referendum or to try and negotiate some sort of Norway-type deal. My money's on the former. Another referendum. I don't know. Ruth says she'll finally pass the problem back to the people, saying that she has done all that she can, but her deal is not popular with the country. What else could possibly happen? I think her deal is... It's more popular than the alternatives, which is not to say that it's popular, but I think the least worst is where we're at now. Thanks a lot, David Cameron. Somebody should put a padlock on that shed while he's still in it.
I think this is nonsense.
Here is Croydon. Hello, Maxine.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, God. I mean, hello.
Sorry, I thought that was your producer. I was just going to have a little chat again. Here, you happy fella, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Keep going on about we're all going to die.
Yes.
Now, look. A scenario, I do like happy people, and you do make me laugh, my love. Now, what if we was all given a second chance and we could come back? What would you do different? I'll tell you what, I would never buy a dog. Because you can't go... No, because, look, listen to me.
What kind of dog have you got?
I've got a Bichon Frise.
Oh, my God, I've got no idea what that is, but it sounds like a yappy dog.
No, it's not a yappy dog. No, it's not a yappy dog. No, it's a nice dog. It's a bit on the fat side because he eats...
Wait a minute, I'm going to have to look this up, because it sounds like you made a terrible choice. A Bichon Frise. B-I-C-H-O-N.
It was my mum. It was my mum's dog.
Bichon Frise.
I got numbered with him.
Oh, my God. That's not a dog. That's a toy.
It ain't a toy. It's vicious, though. He does bite.
See, it is a yappy dog.
It's not a yappy dog.
What do you want to get one of those for?
Well, I didn't. My mum passed away, God rest her soul.
Mm-hmm.
And I got lumbered with the dog.
Right.
My brother didn't want him, so I had to look up for him. Anyway, I wouldn't buy a dog. If I had to come back again.
Certainly not one of those.
Well, no, but I wouldn't for the simple reason you can't go on holiday because no one can look after the dog. Then you've got fights in the family. Now,
and you've got to take it walking all the time. What a nightmare.
No.
Dogs are too stupid to have as pet, particularly in urban environments. You should not be allowed to have a dog in an urban environment. And I think you'll find that that is correct.
No, it's not. In your face, what about a cat then?
Cats are fine because cats are smart. They can let themselves out and let themselves in, and they sit around and amuse themselves. They don't need to be walked. They can... you let a dog out your back door and you'll never see it again.
Well, if you ain't got no garden fencing up, no, you wouldn't, would you? Now, if you had the chance to come back in a second life...
I'll come back as a Bichon Frise and I'll bite your legs.
You wouldn't be living in my flaming house. No way. What would you come... I'd like to come back as a taxman. Now, do you think...
God, no.
Now, listen, do you think the taxman forges his tax?
I think what the taxman actually does is learns his trade by...
but he don't do nothing. He just nicks our money off of us when we go work every flaming
The
week.
really smart ones learn their trade on the public pound and then go and parlay that knowledge in the private sector to make millions.
Yeah, and do nothing himself. He's earning money off of us. That's what I'm coming back as a taxman.
Yeah, but it's a pretty boring life, though, I would imagine, Maxine. Numbers.
Boring!
Yeah, really, really dull.
I wouldn't come back as Satsuma Man, Tango Man, Donald Trump.
No, not for his...
I wouldn't come back as him.
Not for where he's headed. You're going to jail, Donny.
Well, no, we're all going somewhere, but no. And you would look around, wouldn't you? If you come back again, you'd pick different friends, wouldn't you?
I'd make different choices. Okay, here's a life lesson, kids. If you can possibly avoid it, don't rent a home. I think you'll find that is excellent advice. I think that's probably the stupidest thing I did, is rent a place for 10 years. That was just so dumb. Huh?
Buy a tent.
What?
Buy a tent. You can go and live on a common.
Buy a tent.
Buy a tent. We could have loads of them. You know, we wouldn't have homeless people. Buy loads of tents. Give people loads of tents.
Well, there are people who are... I will walk by people who are sleeping in tents on London streets as I go to my clapped-out old car.
What's the matter with your car? You're always complaining about something, aren't you? You're never happy, you ain't.
No, I am actually. I am actually. Quite happy most of the time. In fact, if I had to go around again, I'd come back as me. There you are. How does that sound?
That's because you're a genius.
Well, I think that might be might be stretching the definition of genius a little bit there, Maxine. But I appreciate the thought. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
I've got to go. Now, any of these texts and emails worth reading? No. Now, what might happen between now and next week? Well, it just boggles the mind thinking about it, don't it? I mean, it couldn't get crazier than it's been already, could it?
Yes.
Yes, it could. Yes, it could. God, anything could happen. Last year was a roller coaster ride, and this year it looks like we're going around again, and all of us are feeling a little bit sick, just a little vomitous, a little bit bilious. So keep a bucket handy at all times. That's my best advice to you.